Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn into the Bleach universe and became the insane Vasto Lord. Let the tale begin. Chapter 91, The Art of Persuasion. About 20 minutes later, Kazuya and Yorichi, now in her true form, found themselves under the penetrating gazes of 3 members of the Shiba family. Ganju, Kukaku's younger brother, would have swelled their count to 4 had he not been engrossed in having fun with his gang. Kazuya had deemed Ganju too green to be involved in this matter. Befuddled, Kyan raked his fingers through his black hair. Let me get this straight. Kazuya is infiltrating Dodai 13 to inform the commander about one person with a godly ability to manipulate 5 senses of anyone. Sounds right, chimed Miyako, her head bobbing in a confident nod. Doesn't it, Kyan? Kyan stared at his wife in disbelief. As if it does. Why are you accepting his story at face value? Miyako tilted her head, puzzled. Everything in my memory aligns with what Yorichi-san and Kazuya-kun said. They don't have any reasons to lie to us. Kazuya let out a chuckle. Miyako was a strong-willed woman, but she had no power against his voice. Nami, you mentioned my voice coming from the Black Phoenix's prophecy. You're remembering it now, Nami, his Zanpakuto spirit, grumbled in his head. You having the sweet, seductive voice of a demon was no coincidence. Our existence in this world is inspired by the demon Phoenix from the Lesser Key of Solomon. Why Phoenix? Wait, I know. A Phoenix can undergo nirvana to remain immortal. In a sense, it's the only entity free from life, death, and the very cycle of reincarnation. A creature with true freedom. Gaining freedom was always his dream. He had achieved success in the most ridiculous way possible by inheriting a vessel inspired from a mythological creature. It also explains my first transformation from hollow to human. I was reborn from flames. My nirvana. Yet a mystery remained unsolved. The system. What was it? Where did it come from? And what was the source of its powers? It couldn't have possibly originated from a god's wish, as he had yet to encounter one. Perhaps he had, and his memory failed him. Countless questions were awaiting answers. You silly little man, your brain might be bigger than your dick. However, unlike the Phoenix depicted in the Lesser Key of Solomon, we'll become far more powerful. We're destined to rule the world as Soul King's successor. No fucking way I'm becoming a limbless vessel to anchor the worlds. He'd rather spend a nice and cozy life with his wives on some island. A blissful life free from all the world's bullshit. Like I'd let any fool carve out your organs and make you disabled. On second thought, it sounds nice to hold you captive like that. I'd feed you, hug you, and wash you whenever you're dirty. I'll be able to keep and ride my soulmate anytime. That's so thrilling. Her Yandere fantasies sent a shiver down his spine. It's a trade offer you cannot resist. You receive a loving wife and I get to fulfill my dreams of taking care of my soulmate for all life. Begone, demon. Get out of my head. Foo. Let me teach you the chance to purge demons. Demon, full of strife. You can't control my life. Be off with you, no more rife. Or I'll banish you with my kitchen knife. Misinterpreting the source of his discomfort, Yorichi gently laid a reassuring hand on his thigh. I got this, she murmured to Kazuya, before shifting her attention to Kukaku, who had maintained a stoic silence throughout the conversation. It's the truth behind our exile. Kisuke still feels down that he can't be a Shinigami. Kukaku exhaled loudly before her lips stretched into a wicked grin. The Seriidii is in huge trouble if you're right, and I love trouble. I'm with you all the way. Kyan massaged his temple, visibly vexed. Am I the only one who doesn't believe this story? I have never heard of any captain possessing this ability you mentioned. Because every captain who saw his Shurkai fell under his control, Kazuya explained. You saw the Shurkai and Bankai they wanted you to see. Kyan crossed his arms. Let's say, hypothetically, your story is correct. Why is that unnamed captain doing this? What are they getting out of this? We. Interrupting Yoruichi mid-sentence, Kazuya patted her leg. That person wants to bring down the Soul King Palace and become the god of Soul Society. The revelation wasn't only a shock to the Shiba clan members. Yoruichi too was taken aback, having been kept in the dark about Aizen's true motive. You never told me or Kasuke that, she rebuked. How come? I didn't want any of you to act impulsively after hearing that. I'm not impulsive. You rushed to help Kasuke the moment you heard about his circumstances. That's pretty impulsive if you ask me. His logical argument left her speechless. Her eyebrows knitted as she gathered a response. That wasn't impulsive, she said with a slow nod. I had to act or they would have stripped away Kasuke and Tesh's Shinigami powers. It's as if they had deemed that Kasuke was the perpetrator from the start. Well, knowing that guy, he is probably in control of Central 46. Kyan listened to their conversation with a serious gleam in his eyes. Closing his eyes, he began to gather his thoughts. All right, I believe you. Ability, Persuasion acquired. Current Master Level, Basic. Persuading Kasuke hadn't given him this ability but persuading a hard-headed man like Kyan did. What do you want from me? Kyan asked. Why am I a part of this plan? Since Kazuya and Yoruichi went to this length to explain everything, they must want him to play some role in bringing down this evil captain. Nothing. Kazuya shook his head. I want you to act like this meeting never happened. If we meet in Godai 13 later, you and Miyako-san need to act like we're strangers. That's all. Yoruichi nodded. We'll take care of the rest. And don't go snooping around and try to investigate. You can't make that person suspicious at any cost. Well, fine. Kyan rubbed the back of his head. The less work he had, the more time he'd have to enjoy his naps. I just have one question. Kazuya, why are you helping us, Shinigami, with this? What do you gain from it? Kazuya leaned closer to Yoruichi and wrapped his arm around her waist. You see, Yoruichi promised to marry me if I help her with this. I'm just a humble man wooing the woman of my dreams. Yoruichi burst into laughter. This little me has driven this man mad with my charming body and soul. He is but a puppet dancing on my fingers, he'll do anything to be with me. The Shiba couple sat in stunned silence, mouths agape at Kazuya's outrageous declaration. To this day, they hadn't heard about Yoruichi being romantically involved with any man. There were rumors about her having feelings for her childhood friend Kasuke, but Kakaku had dispelled them long ago. They could only attribute this unforeseen change to the impact of her life in the living world. Kakaku let out a sigh. Yoruichi and marriage, I never thought I'd hear those two words in the same sentence. Yoruichi withdrew from his hold and turned into her cat form, leaving Kakaku's revealing clothes behind. We're just messing around, Kakaku. Kazuya already has 3 or 4 lovers. Understanding washed over Kakaku. She and Yoruichi shared the same view on intimate relationships. They were shackles that bound them down, stealing their precious freedom. The mere thought of it was exhausting, an inconvenience they preferred to avoid. The world of romance was a maze they chose not to enter. Chapter 92, Interlude: Return of the Eater. Silly little dear, take care of yourself. As the obsidian butterfly fluttered, Kazuya's message filled with warmth echoed within Apache's consciousness. Her heart fluttered, mimicking the butterfly floating before her. So sweet. She turned to the other hollow beside her. The olive-haired Arankar in an elegant kimono. Sun had taken a liking to the traditional Japanese clothes. Are you free now? Sun had postponed their departure for 2 sunrises. The Snake Princess had found a new passion in visiting the library these days, digesting books of different genres. Apache, too, felt a shade of melancholy with Kazuya's departure, else she'd have yanked Sun back to Hueco Mundo without delay. All right, let's get you fat with souls. You'll become, Sun trailed her voice, a mischievous smile on her face. A fatso lord. An awkward silence flowed between them. I'm not fat, Apache grumbled. You're just skinny. Skinny or fat, it matters not. My beloved treasures me. Only his opinion matters. Apache's words couldn't put a dent on her steel-like confidence. It only happened because I let it happen, Apache said, hinting at the favor she did for Sung-Sun. I didn't think you'd pull it off. You're so shameless, Sung-Sun. Sung-Sun smirked. All is just in the fight for survival. Why are you comparing your romance to survival? It is a matter of life and death for me. Sung-Sun gazed at her blankly. I would have killed myself if he didn't accept me. Being with Kazuya is the same as breathing to me. Apache's brows knitted together at Sung-Sun's words. Was she truly speaking the truth, or was it just another one of her games? The slight twitch at the corner of Sung-Sun's mouth did nothing to resolve her confusion. Apache shook her head and opened a rift to Garganta using Discorer. Come. Only Kazuya, my husband, can make me come. Emerging from the Garganta, Apache and Sung-Sun found themselves within a hauntingly familiar landscape, the white desert that witnessed the birth of numerous hollows, including themselves, Hueco Mundo. The wind of the barren desert whipped around them, tugging at the fringes of Sung-Sun's kimono and tossing Apache's hair into a wild dance. Apache tucked back her hair. This place looks duller than the last time we were here. Sung-Sun covered her mouth with her sleeve. We have tasted the lively air of the human world. Of course this barren desert will feel lifeless now. Her eyes sparkled as she faced west. Can you feel that, Apache? Apache's head swiveled toward the west, her senses catching a familiar Ryatsu. The place where Kazuya became an Arrancar. His Ryatsu is still so strong here. We'll need to name that place something. The King's Stand. A magnificent name for the place where our king ascended. Apache clucked her tongue at Sung-Sun's melodramatics. Mind if we check it out? Their destination, the forest of Minos, lay in the opposite direction, but the desire to bask in Kazuya's residue Ryatsu proved irresistible. A wave of nostalgia beckoned her. You needn't ask. They walked through the desert without suppressing their aura. Kazuya's current strength gave them full confidence. Not to mention they could rival Vasto Lord if they fought together. Their Ryatsu, of course, sent the nearby hollows packing except for the pack of hollows staying in the cave they used to occupy. That wasn't all. Apache saw a lone hollow standing outside the cave, armed with a lance. Nelliel, who had occupied the cave until now, stood her ground against a pair of hungry Ajuchas. And Ajuchas? Apache licked her tongue. Just what I needed. Sung-Sun narrowed her eyes. Something doesn't feel right. Normally, a threatened hollow would instinctively release Ryatsu in defense. The hollow before them was clearly perturbed. Sung-Sun could see the terror in those eyes. Yet, there was an absence of hostility, as if the hollow didn't want to fight. You don't look like hollows to me, Nelliel said, eyes narrowing on the woman licking her lips. Who are you and what do you want from me? Nelliel's delicate voice revealed her gender to Sung-Sun and Apache. It's rare to see a female Ajuchas, Sung-Sun said and pointed at Apache. As for our intentions, my friend here wants to consume you. Make you a part of her. Will you surrender or fight for your life? Nelliel's expression became clouded. As expected, she whispered. Don't release your spiritual pressure here. We'll settle this somewhere else. She needed to persuade the two women to move away from this location. She had moved her little companions to this cave where she could use the Ryatsu of a Vasto Lord to keep unsuspecting hollows away. As much as she abhorred death, there was little hope for her survival in a clash of this magnitude. She still would take a stance and fight for her life. I'm not suited to be a hollow. It was already a miracle she had survived this long without killing a single hollow. Apache rubbed the back of her head. To attain Vasto Lord status, she needed to devour souls and control her wild instincts. But she hesitated when it came to the woman before her. The centaur-esque hollow hadn't budged even after Sung-Sun's ominous revelation, even though she was facing two hollows above her league. As if she had accepted her death. Nelliel stirred echoes of Apache's past within her. While she wasn't proud of her former cowardice, those moments of weakness were cherished memories. After all, they led her to meet Kazuya. Apache let out a sigh. Are you protecting those weaklings? Nelliel's eyes widened behind her hollow mask. No, Nelliel said, shaking her head. This intimidating Ryatsu around us has helped me avoid many potential battles. I simply wish for this place to act as a safe haven for weaker hollows. Nelliel wasn't fond of lying, but protecting her little friends was more important than bearing the guilt of deceit. Wow, Sun exclaimed. Indeed, this place is sacred, for our husband became an Arankar here. This Ryatsu you feel belongs to him. Nelliel gulped nervously. She had witnessed the Vasto Lord they referred to, and even sensed his confrontation with Barragan. He was at a level of power she could never aspire to emulate. Really? Who is he? Who he is doesn't matter, Apache growled. I don't care if you want to protect someone. I'm going to kill you and eat you. Sun giggled and tugged at Apache's shirt. You stopped hesitating when you thought she might fall for our husband, you jealous creature. Apache dodged Sun's gaze. I did not. What even gave you the idea? Foo, you're so possessive. Nelliel watched in silent astonishment as the two hollows, whose intentions were to eat her, started a playful banter. Behind the annoyance of Apache, she could see how close she was to Sun. They share the same mate. It's natural they'll be close. In contrast to their camaraderie, Nelliel felt a sharp pang of solitude. Her little hollow companions lacked the ability to converse, leaving her feeling lonely more often than not. Sun eventually refocused her gaze back onto Nelliel, her eyes softer now. Apache, just look at this adorable lady. She doesn't want conflict like our Harabel-sama. Let's just leave her alone and go to the Minos forest. Ugh, fine, Apache accepted with a grunt, her finger pointed accusingly at Nelliel. But on one sole condition. Fight me. Chapter 93, The Eater versus the Protector. Stepping into the space between them, Sun announced, I'll be the referee then. Standing on this corner is Apache. And on the other side is... What's your name? Nelliel Tuodelschwank. You can call me Nelliel, Nelliel said. Or Nell Tuesday. Nell 2, Sun repeated with a tone of appreciation. Such a sweet name. Nelliel's brow furrowed behind her mask, unsure if Sun's praise was genuine or dripping with sarcasm. Can we not fight? Fighting out of pure desire to compete will make you look animalistic and childish. Sun had already clarified that Apache wouldn't eat her, making this whole conflict unnecessary. They had no reason to fight anymore. I'm an animal, Apache said with a laugh. You're not fighting for competition. You'll be fighting for your life and those hollows you want to protect. The mention of her cherished companions brought a surge of intensity to Nelliel's gaze. Her resolve was clear, she would do whatever it took to protect them. I'll never back down from a fight if it is to protect what I hold dear. This courageous statement struck a chord with both Apache and Sun. After all, everyone in the inverse shared this sentiment about putting loved ones above their own selves. Except for Soruchi, who had no love for the aspect of sacrifice. With a determined roar, Nelliel wielded her lance towards Apache's face, a wind of raw power howling in its wake. Apache retaliated with a fierce swipe, parrying the lance, before using Sonito to appear above Nelliel and launch a downward kick. Nelliel employed her own Sonito, her figure blurring as she evaded the assault. Even for someone who detested violence, her mastery of Sonito was striking, rivaling even Apache's own. Feeling Apache closing in on her, Nelliel retaliated with a powerful kick using her hind legs. Apache was forced to cross her arms in defense. The immense force sent her skidding backward, leaving her with numb arms. Fuck, what are those legs? Apache wasn't given any reprieve as Nelliel galloped towards Apache, her lance enveloped in pink Ryatsu. Regaining her composure, Apache skillfully weaved around Nelliel's onslaught of vicious strikes. Nelliel's centaur-like form gave her formidable strength, her kicks more powerful than her arms. So her attacks were not as threatening, but Apache still couldn't afford to take them head-on. Given their physical disparity, Apache relied heavily on her intuition to avoid Nelliel's attacks. Beneath this overwhelming barrage, Nelliel launched a well-placed kick, sending the Arrancar skidding back. In the realm of close combat, Nelliel's instincts reigned superior. Annoyed, Apache reached for her cuffs, but paused mid-motion. She wasn't using her Zanpakuto against an Ajuchas who wasn't even an Arrancar. "Where did you get that weapon?" In one of the ruins, Nelliel responded, her eyes reflecting a fierce determination. She was far from daunted by the ongoing clash. "The lance complements my fighting style." After their brief exchange, the pair clashed once more. Nelliel's fighting style was all about precisely striking an opponent's vitals with her lance and using her muscular legs to deliver punishing blows. Apache, without her Zanpakuto, adopted a more brute force approach, like that of a brawler. Despite boasting higher Reiatsu and raw power, Apache found herself on the back foot. Nelliel's superior technique kept her on the defensive, preventing her from mounting any offense. It wasn't a matter of battle experience, but pure skill. Nelliel, despite her lack of battle experience, was simply outclassing Apache. The future number 3 Espada showcased a natural talent and a keen intuition for battle that was absolutely mesmerizing. Sung Sun could hardly believe the scenario playing before her. "Whoa, Apache. She is destroying you." Kazuya's enhancements, precious souls of a Vasto Lord, and then being enhanced by Hogyoku, yet Apache couldn't land an attack against an Ajuchas who wasn't even particularly fond of battles. She could destroy Nelliel if she used her Zanpakuto and Resurrection, but without them she stood no chance at beating Nelliel. It was utterly humiliating. Hold up." Flustered, Apache called for a pause, the heat of embarrassment searing her ears. She stepped back and threw a murderous glare at Sung Sun. "I was just testing her." "Suyur." Nelliel eyed her opponent. "Do you wish to continue?" "We're just getting started, Nil." A red light started to gather on her forehead horn as she amassed an enormous amount of Ryoryoku into a Zero. She unleashed the Zero Ray with a growl. This was her most powerful Zero in this form, second only to the enhanced Zero she could produce in her release state. Nelliel calmly stood her ground as the devastating Zero approached. To the astonishment of Sung Sun, who was preparing to intervene, Nelliel opened her mouth and swallowed the entire Zero Ray. A small burp echoed in the aftermath, as though she had simply digested the energy. "What in the—" Sung Sun gasped. "Hey, that's illegal." Apache was left shocked. Even more when Nelliel opened her mouth and fired a pink Zero Ray that was more destructive than Apache's Zero. Apache had no choice but to use Sonito to get out of its path, else she'd have been severely injured. Nelliel turned her head to Sung Sun. "Zero Double is one of my abilities. I eat Zero, enhance it with my own, then attack my opponent." Apache blinked her eyes, still processing what just happened. "How did you learn that?" "I didn't. I sort of knew at the moment I opened my eyes as an Ajuchas." Apache had never compared herself to Kazuya due to his anomaly status. But witnessing an Ajuchas effortlessly counter her powerful Zero attack was a harsh reminder of the world's unfairness. Apache's Resurrection form only allowed her to fire an enhanced Zero, whereas Nelliel had the unique ability to turn her opponent's Zero against them. Moreover, Nelliel hadn't even removed her mask yet. A chilling thought crossed Apache's mind. If Nelliel ever became an Arrancar, she was unsure if she could defeat her. Gritting her teeth, she shot Nelliel a menacing glare. "You!" She paused, and so did others. They could feel a Reiatsu amidst Kazuya's overwhelming Reiatsu. A Reiatsu that belonged to a class superior to Ajuchas, a Vasto Lord. Nelliel broke into a charge without a second thought, rushing to the cave. Her companions were in danger. Chapter 94, Refusal. Yoruichi hadn't expected things to go smoothly with Kyan. Then again, she hadn't taken Kazuya's voice into consideration. She couldn't give enough praise to his mesmerizing voice that went against all the logic. How did he get that? Even Kasuke, a man known for his relentless pursuit of knowledge, found the enchanting quality of Kazuya's voice a mystery, ultimately labeling it as Kazuya's natural gift. While some people faltered in the cycle of reincarnation, becoming memoryless blanks, Kazuya had somehow reaped immense rewards from an imperfect reincarnation. It can't all be coincidences. There has to be a reason for it. Her curiosity ignited like a wildfire. His ability to switch between Quincy and Hollow had shattered the barriers of established lore and history. Furthermore, he was on the brink of attaining a Zanpakuto and becoming a full-fledged Shinigami. He is nowhere close to his ceiling. If he survived, he'd undoubtedly reach a level beyond Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, perhaps reaching near the level of Soul King, the god reigning over the Soul Society. Then again, he never looked like the type to reign over people. A whimsical, carefree nature that was similar to her own. She could somehow trust him and his group to never walk the path of evil. Lying under a tree, she glanced at the silver-haired man leaning against the tree. I'm excited to see his future. It wasn't every day she'd stumble into a man of his potential. To increase the odds of his journey to his completion, she had a couple of plans. One of them was imparting him with the knowledge of Shunko, the highest form of Hakuto techniques. Kazuya noticed her glance and raised a brow. What's up? Yoruchi shook her head. No place can match the Soul Society's air. That's because you grew up here, he said with a smile. Nostalgia is one hell of a drug. Silently nodding in agreement, Yoruchi studied him. You don't look so cheerful now. Regretting your decision to come here? Kazuya widened his eyes before he burst into laughter, a contagious laughter that could make even the sternest person crack a smile. Had Yoruchi been a little weak-willed, she would have started laughing alongside him. Yoruchi, you're a dumbass. Want to know why? The black cat narrowed her eyes at his cynical remark. Why? You keep thinking I'm here to finish your stupid mission. He leaned back against the tree, hand resting on his forehead, a smirk of disdain on his face. I didn't volunteer to sacrifice my peaceful life for your cause. I have no love for the Soul Society or anyone here. In fact, I wouldn't mind watching it disappear into flames. Yoruchi's reactive flared. Despite being exiled and treated like a criminal, she very much loved the Soul Society. He continued, I'm here on my volition because I've got something to gain. What is it? Figure it out yourself. Apart from meeting Unohana and awakening his own Zanpakuto as a Shinigami, he had his own ulterior motive behind helping them. Making Yoruchi and Kasuke, two of the best teachers in the Bleach world, owe him a huge favor. His strength would reach another level with their help. They were a necessary piece in bringing his fusion plans to reality. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. Knowing you, it's probably some chick. Distracting her mind from worrying. Partner, you're too soft. Nami saw through his cynical display with ease. They weren't soulmates for nothing. I hate to see her acting all concerned. She looks the best when cracking shitty jokes and being a tease. Making a woman fret needlessly was not his style. He scooped up the black cat, settling her on his lap. What if I say it's you, Lady Yoruchi? I'll say, you're 100 years too young to chase me. I'm not gonna wait 100 years. What do you want in your lover? Not a single thing. Yoruchi wriggled out of his grip and sprang away. Looking over her shoulder, golden eyes glinting, she tilted her head. There is no man in this world who can tie down Flash Goddess Yoruchi. Instead of disappointment, she was met with his bubbly laughter. Then I have a chance, he said with a mysterious smile. Don't go yet. I need your help with something. Yoruchi walked back to him and hit him with her soft paws. What is it? Mind teaching me some Kido? Huh, why? You'll eventually learn them in the academy anyways. Kido was extensively covered in the academy since the students hardly awakened the Shurkai form of their Zanpakuto. Kido spells continued to serve as the main source of offense/defense of the students even after they became Shinigami. Kazuya patted her head. I'd prefer to learn from you. Teach me everything, from the basics to the most advanced. Make these 17 days count. The Shinigami's admission was still 17 days away. Kyan had proposed to get him admission right now with his influence. He, of course, declined. He didn't want to stick out like a sore thumb by being associated with the Shiba clan. Yoruichi rolled on her back, cutely swinging her paw in the air. You mistake me for someone else. 'Cause I'm just a lazy cat, riding the waves to the sunset. Stop that. Teach me. 'Cause I'm just a lazy cat. You know what, I'm going back to the living world. With that, Kazia rose and headed towards Kakaku's house. Yoruichi yawned, her golden eyes following his retreating figure. Like most cats, Yoruichi was prone to afternoon drowsiness, particularly in a cozy and comfortable environment. She hopped onto a branch, allowing her body to relax. However, a surge of energy abruptly disrupted her drowsiness, snapping her back into alertness. She recognized this energy, a byproduct of the spatial distortions caused by Senkaman, the dimensional gate. The gate had barely opened before it snapped shut, and every hint of Kazuya's Ryatsu went absent. He had left the Soul Society. He wasn't joking. A sudden restlessness gripped her as she dashed to his last known location with her Shuinpa. She couldn't help but feel that her laziness and negligence had jeopardized the success of her crucial mission. Damn it. When did he become such a snowflake? Arriving at the location where the Senkaman had opened, she found Kyan's wife, Miyako, standing there with a somewhat solemn expression. Where did Kazuya go? Yoruichi asked with urgency. Karakura Town, Miyako answered. He missed his wives. I can empathize with that sentiment, so I requested Kyan to accompany him. It was against Shinigami's rules to open a Senkaman for personal reasons, but the Shiba couple had no qualms against breaking a few rules for him. Yoruichi's breath left her in a weighty sigh. What? Kasuke and her had extended Kazuya the freedom to visit his family at any time. However, an undercurrent of unease stirred within Yoruichi, a nagging dread that he might not return after she ignored his request to teach him. Miyako, take me to Karakura Town. Why? Don't ask. Okay. Elsewhere, nestled in the far reaches of the First District, a duo of youngsters sat languidly outside their modest home, indulging in the sweet delight of a ripe watermelon. Suddenly, they felt a shockwave that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of their beings, drawing their attention towards the northern reaches of the district. The young girl with short twintails knitted her brow in confusion. What was that? The young boy with short silver hair mirrored her frown. It was the second one, wasn't it? I'm going to check it. Shiro-chan, let's go. Don't call me that. Thus, the naive pair of Momo Hinamori and Toshiro Hitsugaya set off on an adventure to uncover the mysterious fluctuations of spiritual energies within their district. At their current age, they were mostly oblivious to the concepts of Ryoryoku and Ryatsu. However, their world was about to expand in ways they could never have anticipated. Chapter 95, The Visit. Kyan gazed over the bustling labyrinth of Karakura Town's marketplace, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes as he rekindled sweet memories of savoring local delicacies. His stomach howled in yearning, but without a jigai, he couldn't indulge in his cravings. His attention strayed from a stall dishing out his favorite ohagi, settling onto Kazuya, whose mind seemed to be drifting in the realms of thought. Meanwhile, Kazuya was zeroing in on Haribel's Ryatsu. Her presence was detectable around the vicinity, whereas Apache, Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and Surachi had all but disappeared. They had likely departed, and it wasn't difficult to discern Apache's motivations: more souls, more strength, a step closer to becoming a Vasto Lord. Sung Sun, ever the teasing yet faithful friend, had followed Apache. Mila Rose may have embarked on a similar journey to gain strength since she was so competitive, taking Surachi with her. I knew they would do this. He had previously enlisted Kasuke's aid to craft a device that could generate camouflaging force fields at will. He could only hope they had used the device before opening a Garganta, or the Godii 13 would come sniffing around for an investigation. It wouldn't be just one vice captain this time around. They left my Harabel alone. Sad mommy noises, Nami whispered. You're a failure of a son. Ouch! Kazuya's hand instinctively gravitated towards his chest as if he could physically feel the pain from her words. I'll make up for it. Don't forget Yoruchi. You left her after saying you don't want to trouble women. You're contradicting your own rules, partner. Nami reminded Kazuya of the black cat who was lazier than him on his worst days. He had left the Soul Society to check up on his lovers, seeing how they coped with his absence. His departure would make Yoruchi think twice before rejecting his earnest request to teach him. You're more worried about Yoruchi than me. Is there something I should be aware of? I am worried about you, partner. I don't want you to blow your chance with her and act all sad and depressed. I want to see my beloved partner happy. Aw, you're so sweet today. What did I do to deserve this treatment? Absolutely nothing. I'm utterly indifferent to your women, partner. They are but fleeting distractions on our endless journey towards transcendence. It is I, Nami, who will stand by your side forever and ever and ever. He let out a sigh. The more he didn't want to think about his long life, the more Nami brought it up to his attention. Sorry. It's fine. Kyan patted his shoulder, rousing him from his thoughts. Where do you want to go? Kyan, feel free to eat anything here. I'll be back in a few hours. He would rather not bring Kyan to his mansion where his Hollow's companions lived. Kyan punched his arm. You did see me on your group date, why did you ignore me? And those ladies, were they Quincy? He simply nodded, deciding to let the misapprehension about Harabel and the others' race linger. It was a safer facade than their hollow truth. Don't tell the Soul Society about them or I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. I'm not a snitch, Kyan said with a shrug. Just don't betray my trust by planning the next war or I'll punch in the face myself. He was so trusting due to Kazuya's deep friendship with Yoruchi, who had been a long-time friend of his sister. Also, Kazuya's courage to visit the Soul Society to root out the villainous captain had earned Kyan's respect. Kazuya put on a show of astonishment. You're on to me already? Who exposed me? Kyan gave a disapproving click of his tongue. I'll return to the Soul Society to fetch some bounties and a jigai. Find me here at 6. Got you. By the way, thanks for helping me. No worries. Kyan responded, scratching the back of his head, a hint of bashfulness in his face at the earnest gratitude. Not everyone in the Soul Society is out for Quincy. There are people like me there who don't give two hoots about it. Kyan, you're a smooth talker. If I was a girl, I'd fall for you right now. Kyan's face morphed from bashful to irked in a second, rewarding Kazuya's teasing with a solid punch in the back. Get lost already. Stop punching me, jeez. Am I bad? Parting ways with Kyan, Kazuya made sure his spiritual pressure was completely concealed as he moved towards Harabel's location. He found her idly lounging on a grassy riverbank, her gaze absorbed in watching a group of children making merry in a distant park. It would be an understatement to say any parent would be alarmed seeing the imposing, queenly figure of Harabel seemingly stalking their child. The parents aside, Harabel had gathered quite the following around her. He noticed a handful of bystanders stopping in their tracks to observe her. It wouldn't be surprising if the local news crew swooped in to interview the mysterious woman in the town. Harabel only became aware of his presence when the sound of his shoes crunching on grass reached her ears. You're back, she murmured, her features dancing between surprise and relief. Did you fail the entrance? Her voice held a glimmer of hope, as if she wished he had indeed failed and would consequently stay longer by her side. It's half a month away, Tyr, he said, settling down next to her. What's happening here? Thinking of ways to kidnap children to replace me? You're irreplaceable, she stated flatly, shaking her head. I was merely watching them play around in the park. It's calm yet lively here. Her words were a subtle confession of her solitude, having been left behind while her family pursued their individual paths. Resting her head on his shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his, nestling it against her chest. Do you feel lonely? A little, she confessed, her voice no more than a hushed whisper. I'm not worried about them, it's just I didn't expect them to leave like this when I took them under my wings. The time came for the chicks to embrace the sky, he said. And that's a good thing, isn't it? Haribel let out a sigh. You made it, everything possible. Without his presence in her life, they might have been trapped in Hueco Mundo for eternity. Her small decision to extend a kind invitation had drastically altered her life's trajectory. She could enjoy a more humane life than other hollows. For this, she was immensely grateful. Following a few more peaceful moments, they made their way back to the mansion. Some curious onlookers attempted to trail them, but he easily ditched them by taking overly complicated streets throughout the market. Back in the mansion, he opened a garganta within the force field. I'm going to check up on others. I'll do fine here. Roaming around the town by myself is fun. Despite her efforts at optimism, the undertone of sadness in her voice was as transparent as daylight. Then come with me. I need your help with something. A pair of aqua-green eyes lit up at his invitation. I'll do anything. Her eagerness was almost powerful enough to coax a horny request from him. He took deep breaths to stabilize his fluttering heart and calming his desires. Haribel picked up on the fluctuation in his Ryatsu and reached for his hand, examining him for signs of fatigue or illness. Is something wrong? We can rest if you're tired. He shook his head and guided her into the garganta. They strolled through the pitch-black void, engaging in light conversation about his experiences in the Soul Society. Haribel was a woman of few words, which made her an excellent listener. Her sharp perception also meant she could respond with the perfect balance of empathy and kindness. He felt refreshed after having a long conversation with her. Partner, you're falling deeper. That's fine. Tyr deserves all the love. His train of thought abruptly derailed as he detected a massive Ryatsu presence nearby. Coincidentally, it was located at the very spot where he had achieved his Arankar status. He could also sense the presence of Apache and Sung Sun nearby, though thankfully, they didn't appear to be engaged in combat with the new Vasto Lord. A grim expression shadowed Haribel's face. I know this Ryatsu, it's the man who forced me to become Vasto Lord. Kazuya, I want to put a stop to his rampage. The thought of meeting Nnoitra Gilga almost provoked a smirk from him. He had plans to recruit future Espada like Stark, Grimjow, Nelliel, and even Ulquiorra to add more power to his and Haribel's kingdom. However, the moment he saw Haribel's distressed look, Nnoitra's name was instantly scratched from his list. I'll kill him for troubling Tyr. Ah, partner, you're truly captivating when you reveal your Yandere side. He tuned out the obsessive voice in his head, which had become a routine act by now. Taking Haribel's hands, he revealed a small smile. You don't need to dirty your hands with his blood. You should go to Apache and Sung Sun. Haribel nodded her head in understanding. Everyone in the family knew how much she detested meaningless bloodshed by now. She might become bloodthirsty like her battle with Avanya, a sight she'd rather not display to Kazuya. There are other hollows around. Try not to kill them with your Ryatsu, Haribel said and sprinted towards Apache's direction. As Kazuya emerged from the garganta, the Vasto Lord turned to face him. A male hollow cloaked in white armor from head to toe. His long, black hair flowed freely, and a disturbingly wide and massive grin was spread across his hollow mask. Two large, crescent-shaped horns adorned his head. Each of his 4 arms terminated in a sharp, curved blade, and the ends of his legs were fashioned into claws with elongated fingers. Nnoitra was certainly an intimidating hollow even without considering his Vasto Lord-level Ryatsu. Chapter 96, Another Invite. Nnoitra felt an icy shiver dance down the spine of his soul, prickling his skin in frostbitten excitement. A hollow so obscenely powerful that his presence felt like the sky itself. He was Nnoitra's golden ticket, the key to unlock strength beyond his imagination, the promise of heart-pounding, adrenaline-laced battles that stirred his battle-hungry spirit. Or perhaps a grim reaper who would send him straight to hell after, of course, a thrilling battle. Nnoitra threw his head back and cackled. A new Vasto Lord. I'm going to take my time killing you. His boast was cut short as a vice-like grip squeezed his heart. Kazuya's hands shone with a blue light, invoking the punishing effects of oppression. Nnoitra suffocated and spasmed, dancing on the edges of his awareness until the world spun, his eyes blurred and his body went numb. His heart, however, refused to cooperate, each beat crashing like a storm against his chest, the only noise in a world gone quiet. Summoning every shred of willpower, Nnoitra clung onto the bare threads of his consciousness. If he was to die, he'd do so on his feet, drenched in his own blood and that of his enemy. To perish without a fight, without even a chance to draw his swords, was a demise that injected pure despair into his soul. Weakening, Nnoitra staggered, reaching out in a futile gesture towards his enemy. Dedaunt. Coward. The only answer was a smug smile from his enemy as the luminescence in his hands grew brighter. With that, the last vestiges of his world slipped away into the abyss, and Nnoitra succumbed to unconsciousness. Kazuya brushed his shoulders, scattering the dust. To him, Nnoitra was a Vasto Lord in name only, his Ryatsu barely scraping past Apache's peak resurrection form. This disparity made his oppression technique an absolute beast. He had completely manipulated every aspect of Nnoitra's body, throttling the blood supply to the heart, thickening his blood, and increasing the weight of his brain fluids. High-level souls that functioned similarly to humans were especially vulnerable to his aspect of death. I should be above normal captains. He mused and turned his attention to the unconscious Nnoitra. With a stomp, he crushed Nnoitra's head, the soft crunch reverberating in the eerie silence. Nnoitra shared Soruchi's existential crisis as far as he recalled. To cope with despair, Soruchi inflicted pain on others. She had fallen into pure despair when her sole pleasure was taken away. Nnoitra was a lecherous and an amped-up version of Soruchi, an even bigger sexist than Mila Rose for his constant arrogance towards women. Apache has another soul to eat. You know what, I'm giving it to Sun. He couldn't be biased towards Apache all the time. The Snake Princess also deserved some free soul for being his supportive lover. A glance towards the cave confirmed that none of the weak hollows had been harmed. His promise with Haribel had been upheld. As he pivoted on his heel, he noticed Apache, Sun, Haribel walking towards him alongside a familiar-looking centaur hollow that stirred familiarity in his memory. Nelliel? Yeah, that's her. She is still in Ajuchas. She charged past him into the cave. He could feel the little hollows surrounding her like a group of children flocking to their mother. His mind drew the connection between Nnoitra, Nelliel's status as an Ajuchas, and her compassion towards the little hollows. He realized, without him, Nnoitra would have slaughtered her little companions, triggering a chain of events that would have inevitably led to Nelliel's evolution. It was eerily similar to the series of events that had ignited Haribel's evolution to Vasto Lord status. I took away her chance. Nelliel and Haribel, both number 3 Espada, became Vasto Lord in similar situations. Another fascinating connection between them. As he pondered, the three women watched him, their curiosity piqued by his silent musings. They'd always wondered about the nature of his Zanpakuto spirit, whose conversations often consumed his thoughts, and left him visibly lost in a world only he could access. With a firm grip, Apache seized his shirt. I'm eating this knucklehead Vasto Lord. She didn't wait for his input and marched towards Nnoitra, her steps mirroring her confidence in his approval. After all, he had always indulged her request for souls, even killing others to give her. His hand darted out to clasp her wrist. Apache, let Sun have this one. The world seemed to pause as Apache slowly turned around with a shadow concealing her expression. Kazuya, why? Do you not like me anymore? Am I not worthy anymore? Misunderstanding his favoritism for Sun, her thoughts spiraled into a dark abyss. Every hollow had a trigger point, a topic that made them passionate, agitated even. For Apache, it was the prospect of being thrown aside from his life. Haribel slapped Apache's back, almost flooring her. Stop troubling him over nothing. Haribel, you. Before she could target Haribel, Kazuya pinched her cheeks, making her pale skin red. You already had a Vasto Lord and a couple of Ajuchas before. Let Sun grow strong. The poor girl is currently the weakest. Call me wife, Sun retorted cheerfully. Thanks for your gift. I'll cherish every bite. She opened her mouth and created a strong suction force that fractured Nnoitra's body into a swirl of particles. Within seconds, Nnoitra was completely gone. Arankars had a different technique to consume souls that set them apart from animalistic hollows. Sun patted her belly with her oversized sleeve, feeling a little stronger than before. Yummy. Nelliel returned from her cave, her towering form making Kazuya feel uncharacteristically short. She stood there, her spear clenched, studying him. She had envisioned him as some enormous, menacing hollow based on his Ryatsu. His appearance was worlds apart from her imagination. Thank you for saving my friends. Kazuya shook his head. Haribel has taught me that unnecessary bloodshed results in nothing. A cough escaped Apache. She alone had witnessed his ruthless experiments on his enemies. She was the only one who truly knew his evil heart, a secret she shared with none. Nelliel's eyes sparkled behind her mask. You're correct. Those little things have done nothing wrong. They simply want to survive out here, but every hollow is out for them. It makes me sick. Nelliel couldn't even imagine the number of weaker hollows suffering because of Mino's uncontrollable urges to devour hollows. Haribel's face softened as she listened to Nelliel's grievances. She approached Nelliel, her hand reaching out to stroke her back. I promise there'll come a day your friends can roam Hueco Mundo without fearing for their lives. Nelliel's eyes widened at Haribel's bold statement. She stepped back and shook her head, dismissing Haribel's dream almost instantly. Changing the innate, gluttonous instincts of our kind is an impossibility. I'm happy there are people like you in Hueco Mundo who don't fight without a reason. Haribel could sense Nelliel's skepticism, an entirely justified sentiment considering the current state of Hueco Mundo. Would you consider joining us? The offer caught everyone off guard. Chapter 97, God. Regrettably, I cannot, Nelliel answered without thinking twice. Her voice was firm, her resolve unshakable. They rely on my protection. Nelliel's compassion reminded Kazuya of Haribel's gentle nature. After all, Nelliel was a fairly energetic person in both her toddler and normal forms. The Nell from before Nnoitra's ambush was indeed a different person, less vibrant and more of a serious person. We can share the responsibility, Haribel said, her gaze resting on Kazuya. A glimmer of determination lit her eyes. I propose we make this cave our stronghold in Hueco Mundo until we put our plans into motion. The cave carried a lot of memories like his first meeting with Mila Rose and Sun, his insane growth through training, many touching moments, and his Arankarification. No place would be better to serve as a base of operations for their conquest of Las Noches. Apache huffed, folding her arms across her chest. I don't know. Why not just siege Las Noches and take Barragan's house or something? This place has a name now. I call it the King's Stand, Sun announced dramatically, looking towards Kazuya for an approving nod, which he gave with a charming smile. Let's hear your thoughts first. Kazuya stroked his chin. In his perfect world, his hollow companions wouldn't be in Hueco Mundo when Aizen starts his Hueco Mundo conquest, which could happen any day. It'd be problematic if Aizen ran into Haribel or any other Arankar and took interest in them. He had to convince them to stay away from Hueco Mundo in the near future. A flurry of strategies swirled in his mind, out of which he selected the one that best fit the situation. Nobody is staying in Hueco Mundo after this, he declared solemnly. I received intel that a certain dangerous individual is out to hunt hollows to use them as test subjects. And he is a more powerful enemy than I can handle right now. Nelliel was ensnared in the comforting cadence of his voice, missing the critical information he shared. She was yet to build a defense against his compelling voice. Apache, meanwhile, blinked her eyes. His accomplishment of killing Barragan cemented him as a god in her heart. He was the most powerful individual in her eyes without a shadow of a doubt. Just imagining someone stronger than him gave her the chills. Clenching her fists, she pushed down the fear, letting loose a smirk. He'll outgrow that enemy in some years. So will I. Her ambitions for strength were reaching absurd levels. Sung Sun, tapping her cheeks thoughtfully, chimed in, "We, as natural Arankars, would make the perfect guinea pigs, wouldn't we?" "Yup," Kazuya affirmed. "We're perfect specimens." Haribel crossed her arms defiantly. "We can confront him, together." With an abundance of confidence and strength, she proposed. Having such a criminal loose didn't sit well with her. She was fearless, unwilling to let fear impact her decision, a great yet terrible quality for a queen. He shook his head. "Won't you listen to me?" Haribel gazed at him for a few moments before she exhaled a resigned sigh. "I will get Mila Rose and Surechi back home." She didn't argue against him. Then again, she hardly ever went against his decision even though she was the elder one in their relationship. Such a good mommy. "Thanks. Also, keep an eye out for powerful hollows with good characters. I'll evolve them into Arankars with Kasuke's Hogyoku." He pivoted to face Nelliel, who had been attentively absorbing their conversation. "If you desire peace in Hueco Mundo, join us. You don't have to leave your friends either. I simply want you to stand by our side." Nelliel had been keenly observing him, her understanding of his character deepening with every word spoken. For one possessing the might to obliterate a Vasto Lord instantaneously, he radiated an unexpected gentleness. Even with their vast power disparity, he treated her with an unwavering respect. His composure and charisma carved an irreplaceable mark on her heart. He embodied every quality she desired in a good leader. "If that's the case, I see no reason not to join your cause. But, there's one thing I need to know." Her voice was soft, yet her gaze was piercing. She placed a hand over her heart. "How do you intend to bring peace?" He closed his eyes. "Through the only method known to hollows, violence. We'll rule with an iron fist. Diplomacy or any other method is futile." Aizen's reign in the canon had brought a sense of order to Hueco Mundo, compelling the more powerful hollows to compete for higher Arankar rankings and reducing the slaughter between them. Kazuya aimed to establish a similar system, fortified by a more robust structure and stricter rules. If Yama can do it, so can we. Hollows are more driven by desires, but they also fear strength more than those in the Soul Society. "Things you do for women." "What do you mean?" "Kingdom building is fun. Minecraft is more fun. The day you become a Vasto Lord is the day I..." Insert Minecraft eating sound effects. Nami gasped. "Okay, partner. I'll let you eat me out." "Good girl." Throughout his exchange with Nami, Nelliel didn't take her eyes off him. She wished to counter his logic, but found herself in agreement. Hollows weren't creatures of words, but of violence. Overwhelming power was required to suppress the ravenous nature of hollows and put them in their places. And he possessed such power. Even the dark-skinned woman, while powerful, was below him. He is doing it with a noble cause. Reassured by his intentions, she offered a solemn nod of agreement. "Just one more question." She sounded embarrassed to be bothering him with one question after another. "What are you?" "I know you're hollow, but you're not a pure one. I don't know how to explain it in words." Their appearance and nature were in stark contrast to every other hollow she had seen in Hueco Mundo. She felt like an anomaly amidst their humanoid forms. His laughter rang out, easing the tension. "Relax. I'll explain." He proceeded to detail the concept of Arankars, broadening her understanding on the hollow race as a whole. The allure of an Arankar's power and characteristics ignited a newfound desire within her. She attempted to inquire about the transformation process, but he swiftly dismissed her, saying that she had yet to meet the necessary prerequisites. He was correct in a sense. The bond necessary for his ability-crumbling heart to function was yet to be established. He didn't want her attempting Arankarification on her own and potentially failing. Her chivalrous disposition would serve as an excellent asset to his future kingdom. A perfect knight. Who will be eaten by the Devil King of the Samsara Palace during nights, Nami said, unamused. At least she is smart, not a dumb bimbo like Mila Rose. Hey, don't insult my golden retriever. Choosing to ignore Nami, Kazuya devoted some more time to elaborate on the impending dangers to Apache and Sungsun. The former harbored a voracious appetite for power that could potentially lead her on a bloody hunt for weaker hollows for months. She had to be put on a time restriction or she'd run into Aizen. Afterwards, he ventured to interact with the small, endearing hollows residing in the cave. They swarmed around him like he was that uncle who brought children candies and gifts. Surprisingly, some hollows grew in size right before his eyes, experiencing power growth that raised them from the bottom of the barrel class. Nelliel observed this, her eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Could you possibly be a god? It was rare for her to lose composure and stutter, but the accelerated growth of the hollows, who had been stagnant for years, was an extraordinary sight. He let out an awkward chuckle at her question. It's just my passive ability. The effects of his ability were more subtle on Ajuchas due to their considerable Ryuryoku reserves. However, for hollows with Ryuryoku even less than an average human, the impact was noticeable to eyes. It was no less than witnessing a miracle. Chapter 98, A Pledge to Unseen Strings. An elongated flexible pipe, its end resembling an elephant's trunk, snaked on the floor. The one holding the peculiar gadget Sunifa was Kasuke Urahara. It's sensing traces of Garganta. Kazuya-san left for Hueco Mundo. An audible cluck of the tongue escaped Yoruichi. Having arrived late, she missed the opportunity to intercept Kazuya. The cause of her blunder lay in the time-altering effects of the Dongnai. Got any way to enter Hueco Mundo? Nothing right now, Kasuke said, shaking his head in quiet disappointment. He had yet to get to his Discora replication that accessed Garganta like hollows curing Suruchi was at the top of his priority list. What happened? Yoruichi had told him about the Shinigami trials scheduled in 17 days. The most logical explanation for Kazuya's return to the living world would be to spend time with his family. He, however, couldn't pinpoint the reason behind Yoruichi's urgency to go after Kazuya in Hueco Mundo. Seeing her silence, he shook his head. Did you have a fight with him? Yoruichi was wise, mature, and even caring, but her whimsical nature, which saved him at the most crucial moment, but the same nature often troubled the people around her. She could be a pain in the ass without being aware of it. Kind of, Yoruichi acknowledged with a sigh. I may or may not have rejected his request. Ouch! Always the heartless one, aren't you? What did he request? He wants to learn Kido from me. And what's wrong with that? It would be beneficial to him as a Shinigami and get him a higher seat right after graduation. Kasuke paused and punched his palm in realization. You thought it was too much effort and wanted to delay it for another day. Be gone, demon, she growled. I know I messed up. She had all types of experiences as the former commander of the most versatile squad in Gotei 13. A small problem like this wouldn't disrupt her mission. Things would have been easy if I wasn't a banished Shinigami. Her banishment and criminal status handcuffed her. Her words bore no weight in the eyes of the Central 46, meaning she lacked the standing to act as a witness in Aizen's trial. Moreover, she wasn't close enough with other captains to sway their opinions. She had no choice but to rely on Kazuya. With a renewed determination, Yoruichi strode out of the room, only to return moments later. Waiting at Kazuya in his place was a better choice than aimlessly wandering the streets. Kasuke chuckled and left Yoruichi to wait alone. He had more productive things to do, like finding the cure to Suruchi Sanderwichi's Zanpakuto problem and working on his Garganta project. He had yet to find a breakthrough in both of his problems. As the vibrant hues of sunset gradually melted into the velvet darkness of the night, Yoruichi saw no sign of Kazuya's return. Fortunately, patience was a virtue shared among all long-living souls. Upon returning, Kazuya was surprised to discover Yoruichi sleeping on Haribel's bed. She rustled into alertness upon detecting their arrival. "Wife, I told you dogs are superior for guarding the mansion. You still went ahead and adopted a cat." "I am sorry, husband," Sun faked a sob, playing along with his charade. "This cat was pleading with me to adopt it." "Aw. I know cats are cute, but dogs are cuter. They are also more loyal and less lazier. Cats only sleep all day and night." Each comment was like a sharp dagger thrust into Yoruichi's heart, particularly the jab about her laziness. Yet, she could sense he harbored no resentment towards her. She snarled at him, flashing her deadly claws. "How dare you call the dogs superior? Cats are fluffier and hella adorable." Kazuya smiled at her sassy reply. "Yoruichi, why did you break into my house? You left without explaining. I thought you permanently shifted to Hueco Mundo with everyone. I just wanted to spend some time with my family." "Enough about that, let's return," she urged, swiftly changing the topic. "I promise to teach you every Kido in my possession. Don't disappear next time without telling me, okay?" A mere unexpected departure from the Soul Society had spurred her to be more cautious about rejecting him. He could proudly claim everything happened according to his plan. Now, Yoruichi was more than motivated to teach him. He was especially eager to learn Shuinpa and Shunko under her guidance, skills that would certainly be useful down the line. "Learn fire-based Kido spells too. We'll use the demonic life flames of Black Phoenix lineage to banish our enemies." His chunny Zanpakuto spirit reminded him about a phoenix's signature flames. Even though he was a phoenix, he had no flame-based abilities, which was indeed strange. His outstanding racial control indicated potential to evolve into his power of creation, while oppression could arguably be deemed his power of death. "Will I get in my Shurikai or Bankai?" He was optimistic that his Shinigami Zanpakuto would have different powers from his partial release Arankar Zanpakuto and his aspect of death. Possessing multiple forms of offense was better than being a one-trick pony. They should be different. Remember, hollows, and by extension, Arankar, draw out power from their regrets and the cause of their death. A Shinigami Zanpakuto manifests power from their identity. This has nothing to do with race or origin. "Nami, I love it when you go full sensei mode. Anything for you, partner. Anything. I have a good hunch about my partner's Shurikai and Bankai. They will be extremely strange, useless, and powerful at the same time. I won't spoil it. I'll find it sooner or later." Wrapping up the conversation with Nami, he flicked his gaze to the clock. "I got 1 hour before meeting up with Kyan. What should I do?" Apache seized his hand, firmly squeezing it in her grip. "See, come to my room. I have something to talk about." Her expression was stern, signaling that the matter was of importance. She would have convinced anyone, had it not been for the subtle blush warming her cheeks. She was anticipating some lewd time, and he was all for it. Before he could answer, Sun took a hold of his left hand, her smile radiant. "Husband, spare that hour for me. Let our bodies communicate with each other in a symphony of passion and love." Sun had the same thought of spending some lewd time with him. However, it was unlikely for him to satisfy them both in 1 hour. After all, as high-level hollows, their stamina and lust were on another level, especially Apache. She was a bundle of lust. Apache shot Sun a heated glare. "Back off, snake." "No you. I'm not backing down. Who knows when you will return again? How about a threesome? Assert your dominance by bending them both at the same time." Ignoring Nami's devil-like whispers and the two arguing over him like cats, he turned to Haribel. "Want to spend some time with me?" Rather than fueling the fire, he chose the third and safest option, even though Haribel would certainly reject his request for sex. She had reserved the looting option for after his mission in the Soul Society, just like Mila Rose. Still, he was more than happy to accompany her just for her lap pillows. Haribel shook her head. Stepping forward, she pressed her lips on his cheeks. "Keep coming back like this." I'll return as much as I can." She offered a nod in response and exited the room, leaving Sung-sun and Apache to exchange awkward glances, both shamed by Haribel's mature approach. Haribel never allowed selfishness to take over, even though her love for him was unparalleled. This characteristic was why he found her so endearing, and he could admit she was his favorite lover by far. Yoruichi let out a snicker and swiftly jumped out of the window, eventually settling on the mansion's rooftop. The black feline made herself comfortable there until passionate moans jolted her from her slumber. The cries belonged to Apache and Sung-sun. Instead of competing for his attention, they had chosen to share him in their first ever threesome. He is lucky to have them. She sighed and dashed to another roof, where the moans couldn't disturb her sleep. Chapter 99, Sunbeam Melts the Frost. Toshiro and Momo beheld an isolated house in the wilderness after a few hours of journey. The dwelling set a perfect eerie backdrop for the mystery that had led them here. Their age might have spanned nearly a century, yet this uncharted side of their district was entirely new to them. They had only ever seen the vibrant fireworks, spewing color and excitement, from their house. They didn't know it came from the towering chimney of this very house. Momo placed her hands on her chest. This is the fireworks girl's house. It looks quite good. Her ears had been filled with rumors of Kakaku's Shiba from her neighbors, all of them singing praises for the beautiful woman's kind gestures towards the district residents. However, Toshiro stood with suspicion creeping across his young face, not sharing Momo's innocence. The fireworks were a ruse for her deep schemes. Unlike Momo, Toshiro had caught sight of Kakaku leaving the district on multiple occasions. His intuition about busty women hiding an insidious side seemed to be spot on. Trust was not something to be handed out to women with large breasts. They were all evil, or so young Toshiro believed. "Momo, we're leaving," Momo said, the featherweight boy stumbling forward with a slap on his back. "It's just a neighbor's house. Let's just greet her before we leave, Shiro-chan." "Quit calling me Shiro-chan, you bedwetter," Toshiro grumbled. "I'm not sticking around here." Everyone compared him to ice. Perhaps it was his silver hair, reflecting the moonlight, his piercing blue-green eyes, or his standoffish demeanor that brought about a chill in others, but he remained a disliked figure across from his neighbor. This reality was a hard pill to swallow initially, but over the decades, he had grown to accept this situation. Unlike him, Momo was a social butterfly. Unlike him, she could strike a conversation with anyone and draw smiles with her cute demeanor. Unlike him, people approached her for radiance. And unlike him, everyone spoke highly of her. He wasn't letting his ice field freeze the flames of Momo's bright social life. That's why he would always make his leave whenever Momo bumped into acquaintances or friends. Today was supposed to be the same, until a voice echoed from behind him, shattering his expectations. "Kakaku got guests, huh?" If Momo's voice was a spark of joy that could melt ice, then the voice behind him was as radiant and welcoming as a morning sun, a melodious tune that made people's day within seconds. Swallowing hard, Toshiro turned to see a man with long, messy silver hair. Despite his small stature, Toshiro was an eternal optimist, always believing that he'd match Momo's height one day. But achieving the man's height seemed as far away of a dream as him making 10 friends. It was impossible. "Who are you?" Momo, however, seemed frozen in place, as still as a tree in winter. Her interactions with men were limited to her small social circle. And none of her friends held the same allure as the charming man before her. Overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her words not reaching the tip of her tongue. The sleek black cat by the stranger's side pricked up her ears, her eyes twinkling with intrigue. These kids have significant potential. "Wah! A talking cat?" Shock ripped Momo from her daydream. Animals were commonplace in the Soul Society, but felines were a rarity. A talking one seemed straight out of the fantastical stories spun by their grandmother. "Are you a Shinigami?" A grin, wide and scheming, spread across the stranger's face, like a villain who had just uncovered the final piece of his master plan. "Not at all." Toshiro felt visibly comfortable, but Momo was sent into another daydream. What's all this ruckus? Kukaku's grumble echoed from inside as she slid open the door. Who are these kids? Wait, they have pretty good Ryatsu. This silver-haired kid especially. Despite her job as a fireworks maker, Kukaku, as a noble descendant, possessed inherent Ryatsu that rivaled a vice captain's. Her decision to refrain from joining the Godai 13 seemed like a wasted potential given her impressive talent in Kido. She could have easily secured a position as a high-ranking seated officer. Even a vice captain's seat wouldn't be far-fetched if she poured effort into awakening her Zanpakuto. Some geniuses never lived up to their true potential, the bitter reality of life. Toshiro didn't comprehend what Ryatsu was, but he could discern that the woman was singling him out as special. It set off bells in his head that he was going to be used for nefarious schemes of the adult woman. He wanted none of it. The stranger flashed a disarming friendly smile. I'm Kazuya. Care to introduce yourself? Momo quickly pressed her arms against her sides and executed a rushed bow. I am Momo Hinamori. Toshiro, he replied, his words forced out more by obligation than desire. Toshiro Hitsugaya. What lovely names, Kazuya said with a slow nod. Momo, Toshiro. We can all sense your potential. Would you two be interested in joining the Shinigami Academy with me? In his eyes, bringing them along would be advantageous. He could change Momo's fate from becoming Aizen's plaything and earn Toshiro's loyalty. Contrary to Toshiro's height, his potential surpassed that of an average captain. Momo Hinamori, though not as prodigious as her friend, had the capability to earn a vice-captain position on her own. Their inclusion in Kazuya's faction would only raise his influence in Godai 13. Momo raised her head, eyes sparkling. We can become Shinigami. Her curiosity had always piqued about life within the Seriidai, the thrilling adventures a Shinigami embarked on, forging unbreakable through numerous battles, a stark contrast to her monotonous life in the Rakongai. You can, Kazuya confirmed with a confident nod. Take your time. There's no need to rush into a decision. His persuasive voice made Momo blush again. Okay. His request was more of a formality since she had already made up her mind about joining the Shinigami Academy. Grabbing Toshiro's hand, she tugged him along and moved a short distance away. She turned back to wave at Kazuya. We'll let you know our decision later. And with that, she dashed away to her home in the far distance. That poor guy, Kazuya muttered under his breath. Kukaku, I'm starving. You got something for me? Kukaku's brow twitched at his shameless request, which had become a regular tease these days. She had tried a dozen times to hit him, but he always evaded her, slithering away like a snake. She had no choice but to relent, recognizing that Yoruchi's chosen candidate indeed had the potential to ascend to the rank of a captain. Did Kayan and Miyako leave? Kazuya merely nodded in response. The married couple had dropped them at the western gate before heading off for their duty in the Seriidai. Kukaku harumphed and strode back into the house. Kurajino Hiko made some extra. Eat it or else I'll need to throw it away. Tough on the outside and a big softy on the inside, Yoruchi stated as she looked up at him. Isn't she? Yup. I have a question, Kazuya. Are you going to seduce that young girl as well? He blinked in surprise. While he found Momo's cuteness endearing, her innocence wasn't exactly his type. I only have eyes for mature women like you. Ah yes. Kazuya Ishihara, the tall Dami-Mami lover. A proud member of the Mature Lovers Society. I like your determination. Keep at it, and I might fall for you in 1,000 years. She cheerfully announced and walked into the house. He had the urge to grab her dancing tail, but he didn't act on his impulses. She went into a frenzy the last time he touched her tail. Momo and Toshiro returned to their dwelling, greeted at the door by an elderly, hunched-over woman. Her weary visage was a constant source of worry for the young duo. Shiro, Momo, where were you? Grandma, you won't believe what just happened. Momo excitedly relayed her encounter with Kazuya, Kukaku's Shiba, and the talking cat. Toshiro's grandmother, Nozomi, wouldn't have believed it if Toshiro wasn't confirming Momo's story by her side. I'm going to become a Shinigami, Grandma. Nozomi beamed a smile. That is good. What about you, Shiro? Will you accompany Momo? Toshiro crossed his arms, looking unconvinced. No. What's so special about those Shinigami anyway? Someone needed to stay behind and care for his grandmother, who was losing more and more of her weight as time passed. His grandmother had showered him with love and care for over a century. He couldn't abandon her, even if the prospect of joining Momo and starting anew in the Socializing was tempting. Come on. Momo tried to persuade him, but he refused to budge. Chapter 100, The Ripples of Fate. Upon a hill that overlooked an endless sea of trees, two figures stood, bathed in the gentle light of a rising sun. One was a young woman, the black tangles of her unkempt hair swaying slightly in the morning breeze. She was clad in a light purple kimono that billowed around her. Next to her was a red-haired young man, wearing a sleeveless tunic that had gathered the dirt and grime of his usual struggle in District 78 of the Soul Society. A struggle that reduced their group of 5 to just the two of them. Rukia's hands clenched into fists. Renji, I'm going to become a Shinigami. Their friends, notorious for their mischief, had been apprehended by the Shinigami, their fate now uncertain. She and Renji had easily outran the Shinigami since they possessed stronger bodies due to their high Ryatsu. Renji placed a hand on her shoulder. Me too. Life inside the Socializing is surely better, let's hope our friends are finding some joy there. Rukia shook her head, an almost sad smile gracing her lips at Renji's naivety. Their friends had been hauled away like animals, not invited like nobles. It was hard for her to imagine her friends leading any semblance of a good life inside the Socializing. He was in pure denial. We better set out now, Renji said. The exams are in 15 or something days. The repercussions of the cruel yet necessary sacrifices for soul balancing rippled through multiple lives, not just the lives of Rukia and Renji. Second floor of the 5th Squad's barracks. A black-haired man held a brush, his strokes on the canvas as sharp and elegant as a sword. The black-framed glasses and white coat over his Shinigami uniform gave off a gentle aura. Aizen Sōsuke, the captain of the 5th Squad, believed that the art of calligraphy required as much, if not more precision, than the art of swordsmanship. He had immaculately mastered both arts alongside many others. His calligraphy skills were so profound that he was bestowed with the honor of being a special lecturer in the Shinigami Academy. His charm and expertise magnetized the attention of the students, making him one of the most popular lecturers, despite the optional nature of the calligraphy course. The calm rhythm of Aizen's brush was disrupted when the door behind him slid open, revealing a man with silver/white hair, an unsettling smile on his face. His eyes, forever shut, only made him look creepier, like a snake who would bite you any second. Jin Ikimaru, the vice-captain of the 5th Squad, closed the door behind him. Settling down beside Aizen, he maintained his eerie smile. Captain Aizen, you might want to hear this beautiful news. Oh, could it be related to that place? Indeed it is, Captain. Your assumptions were correct, Jin said. A wandering hero put an end to the Emperor's reign. That place lost its ruler. Among many countless reasons for the disruption, Aizen believed the death of some Vasto Lord was the most likely scenario. A pause punctuated the air as Aizen's brush came to a halt. Laying it down, he turned to face Jin. Has that person taken over the throne? That's the most surprising part, Captain Aizen. That person simply vanished after the act. That place is now plunged in a chaotic civil war with everyone fighting for a chance to be the next god. A cold smile settled on Aizen's face as he adjusted his glasses. A false god, you mean? Jin, bring me the identity of that hero. I wonder how strong they can be under our influence. I will try, Captain Aizen. But what about our plan of taking over that place? Let the waves stabilize under a new ruler. Killing/subjugating the new ruler required less effort than calming the current chaos in Las Noches. At the same time, A door quietly parted to the office room of the 10th Squad. A figure, clad in standard Shinigami outfit, slipped through the door. His gaze landed on the sprawling figure of a blonde woman, splayed out on the sofa dominating the room. Her voluptuous form was generously accentuated by her languid posture, and the pink scarf draped around her neck was like a flag, drawing unwavering attention to the lush valleys of her cleavage. The silent intrusion did not break the spell of her dreams, her chest rising and falling in the rhythm of peaceful slumber. A sly smirk bloomed across the intruder's face, mischief flickering in his black eyes. Rather than retreating and letting the sleeping beauty rest, he chose to take revenge for the woman's continuous naggings. Tiptoeing across the room, he reached for a black pen from the table. He leaned before the sleeping woman, his pen ever so slowly reaching towards her face. The rest was history. Ranjiku Matsumoto bolted upright, blinking sleepily after waking up from a dream. The same dream about her childhood friend who had lost touch with kindness. Her eyes fell upon a man with spiky black hair engrossed in writing on a scroll. In a daze, she squinted her eyes and pinched her cheeks, questioning the reality of the scene. It's not a dream? Isshin Shiba, her captain, sighed. Quiet down, Ranjiku. I'm writing down the reports of 969 purifications I performed in Nagasaki. The number of suicides there is simply abnormal. Ranjiku's face turned serious at the mention of Nagasaki, a city grappling with the destructive aftermath of a nuclear disaster 5 years past. The hollows spawned there were unusually tough compared to other regions. Such conditions wouldn't ordinarily warrant the deployment of a captain, yet Isshin had stubbornly insisted on undertaking the mission alone. Despite his lewd humor and laziness, Isshin was deeply conscientious, unwilling to let his novice-seated officers fight the nightmarish hollows. He was dependable when the situation demanded. Suppressing a chuckle, Isshin cleared his throat. Anything happened here when I was away? Ranjiku absent-mindedly scratched her neck. Actually, Kukaku paid a visit a few days ago. Huh? Why did she? Like I know anything about your eccentric niece. You're the head of Shiba clan. Head of a branch, Isshin corrected her. I better go and check on her. Ranjiku, my beautiful vice-captain, finish these reports for me. Ranjiku's face twitched as she raised a clenched fist. Stop finding reasons to slack, she paused, feeling a friend approach her room. Aizen? As Aizen stepped through the door holding a tray, Isshin seized the opportunity to make a swift exit with Shuinpa. Oi, slacker! Come back here! Ranjiku could only wave her fists around as Isshin ran away after dumping his workload on her. Aizen didn't bat an eye, seemingly unfazed by the theatrics, a typical day in the 10th Squad. However, upon glimpsing Ranjiku's face, she couldn't stifle a chuckle. Ranjiku, your face. Ranjiku summoned a hand mirror to inspect her face. The slacker captain had drawn childish doodles around her eyes, her nose, and an unsightly sketch of a pair of breasts on either cheek. She wiped her face clean, her face cold. Aizen, I'm sorry. I have to pay that bastard back for this. She couldn't let him get away with his prank. More importantly, she found a reason to slack off in her captain's absence. She wasn't finishing Isshin's reports even if her life depended on it. With a dismissive wave, Aizen replied, no worries. As Ranjiku made her fiery exit, Aizen sighed, her gaze dropping to the tray in her hands. I suppose I'll visit Vice Captain Yachiru. She is always eager for a snack. Chapter 101, A Brief Appearance. Achoo! Kazuya's sneeze echoed within the walls of Kukaku's basement. Wiping his nose with a cloth, he let out a sigh heavy with longing. My girls are already missing me. Cloaked in sleek black, form-hugging clothes, Yoruichi flicked a dismissive hand through the air. 2 days, Kazuya, only 2 days. Don't you think you're being overly dramatic? I'm too much of a loving husband, I guess. Heh. What do you want to learn today? 2 days had passed since he killed Nnoitra and returned to the Soul Society, days during which he surprised Yoruichi by showcasing the Kido spells he had learned from her. His enhanced thought processing, thanks to his arithmetic skills, and his exemplary senses allowed him to replicate a Kido spell after merely a handful of demonstrations. It had reached a point where he could cast Kido spells based on Yoruichi's instructions. Yoruichi found herself both intrigued and unnerved by his talent, seeing an uncanny resemblance to her old friend, Kasuke Uruhara. "I want to learn the art of sex. Go find a prostitute somewhere." "Oof. I got rejected," he said with a sigh. "Fine. I'll settle for Shimpa today. Watch closely then." With a blink of an eye, she whizzed around the room, a streak of black lightning. Her extraordinary display of Shimpa had once earned her the revered title of Flash Goddess. Through narrowed eyes, he observed her fast-paced movements as if she were sprinting in slow motion. Hirenkyaku and Sonito had different mechanics compared to Shimpa. The former required users to ride the ambient racer to achieve superhuman speed, making it quite an efficient technique given the environment's racer density. The latter allowed an Aaron to dart through the air with a burst of acceleration akin to a sonic jet. There was a plus point to Sonito: it helped Aaron in slipping through the supernatural Ryatsu since every high-level soul had. On the flip side, Shimpa demanded absolute control over Ryoryoku and decent physical strength to build up the pace, using a lot of Ryoryoku and stamina in the process. The only upside, perhaps, were its variant techniques that Yoruichi and Byakuya had mastered. Sonito is most useful. Yoruichi demonstrated the technique one more time by sprinting back and forth. Ability, Shimpa acquired. Current master level, basic. Learning Shimpa wasn't an earth-shattering achievement since he was already versed with 2 other high-speed movement techniques. "It's not that hard compared to Quincy's movement technique," Yoruichi said as she came to a halt, a trickle of sweat on her forehead. "Just keep trying." But before she could finish, a whooshing sound interrupted her. Kazuya had already materialized behind her using the same technique as hers. "Come on. You didn't think I'd take weeks to learn this." Yoruichi rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. "My bad. How could I commit the cardinal sin of applying common sense with the protagonist of this story? Oh God, this girl. She is jinxing everything." Kazuya remained silent, his brows knitting as he glanced at the window. They were holed up in Kakaku's basement, a place not exactly buzzing with visitors. Yet, a powerful Ryatsu was rapidly approaching their location. A captain? He pondered. It appeared the universe was in no mood to grant him 15 days peace before the Shinigami entrance exam. Trouble seemed to have a magnetic attraction to him, regardless of his whereabouts. "I don't recognize this Ryatsu," Yoruichi murmured, her playful demeanor instantly replaced with a steely gaze. "A new captain. I'll hide just in case." With a swift leap, she took to the air, transforming mid-jump and leaving behind a pile of discarded black clothes. Could it be Soifon? "You know, your #1 superfan who holds you on a pedestal higher than the Soul King's throne," he said, his eyes twinkling with playful mockery. Soifon was Yoruichi's biggest simp. She would rip open the void if she got the news that her Yoruichi-sama was residing in Western Rakongai. "Ah, her." Yoruichi chuckled, a tinge of nostalgia coloring her words. "She took over the second squad after me. I don't think she admired me with my current criminal status." "You underestimate the power of a simp, Yoruichi." Soifon was an advanced-level simp for Yoruichi, turning into an emotional mess as soon as she caught sight of Yoruichi. The black-haired tomboy had a mad passion for the feline lover. "Simp? What does that mean?" "Best you don't know," Kazuya replied, suppressing a laugh. "But rest assured, if she comes looking for you, she'll have to deal with me first. I'm, after all, first in line to court you." Taken aback, Yoruichi broke into a hearty laughter before leaping onto his head. "I'd call her a generational talent like Byakuya lad. She is also a trained master assassin who can slit your throat in your sleep. You sure you'd want to offend someone like her for me?" Of course, she didn't mention that Kazuya's talent made Soifon's look like a child's play. The best way to keep his ego in check was to leave that detail out. "Absolutely. Anything for a dark-skinned catgirl." His instant answer left her speechless. Flinging open the door to the living room, Kazuya stopped in his tracks. A peculiar sight greeted him. Ganju sat in one corner, observing in stoic silence. In the middle of it all was a visitor performing Dajiza before Kakaku. The firecracker of a girl looked down at the man, arms crossed, her expression fierce. "Come on, my dear niece. Forgive me this time. I'll do better in the future." Caught up with his Shinigami duties, Isshin had once again fallen short of his responsibilities towards his family. It was probably the fourth time he was unable to help her in time. Keeping her arms crossed, Kakaku brought her foot down on his head full of spiky black hair. "Out! Now! You're never around when your family needs you." Kazuya's eyes widened as he recognized the man being squashed under Kakaku's foot. Ichigo's dad. Such a goofball. As Kakaku stepped away, Isshin popped up, grinning at Kazuya as if he hadn't just been humiliated by his niece. "And who is this handsome lad, Kakaku? Finally got yourself a partner?" A visible tic manifested on Kakaku's face. "Isshin Aji-san, stop blabbering crap. He is Kazuya, a friend and a future Shinigami." Isshin's face brightened. "A future Shinigami, you say? Trying for the upcoming test?" Kazuya nodded. "What kind of test do they give to entrants?" "Something like Ryatsu limits test and control over one's Riryoku." "It wouldn't be hard for you," Isshin said with narrowed eyes and a smile. "Your control is impeccable from what I see." Despite being in the same room as Kazuya, Isshin could hardly sense his Ryatsu. Many would take that as his Ryatsu being low, but Isshin knew that the man before him was considerably strong. Kazuya flashed a modest smile. "I owe it to Kakaku. She's an excellent mentor." Isshin's eyes bulged at this revelation, while Kakaku didn't object to Kazuya's claim. After all, someone apart from Yoruichi had to take credit for his impeccable Riryoku control. Better than her brother Ganju or the cat. Seeing no rejection, Isshin laughed heartily before turning to Ganju. "Kakaku and Kyan are set, but her Aji-san is still a loner." "You're a lone wolf," Ganju said with a laugh. "Handling the 10th division should keep you busy." Isshin rubbed his nose, a twinkle in his eye. "Haha, true. I'm only doing this until I find a good successor." Turning to Kazuya, he crossed his arms. "You might become a good candidate in 100 years." Kazuya offered a small smile. Little did Isshin know, his long-awaited successor was residing in this very district, the short, silver-haired prodigy. Kakaku and Yoruichi exchanged a knowing look, both subtly shaking their heads. Isshin was aiming too far into the future. Given Kazuya's abilities, it wouldn't take more than a decade for him to awaken the Bankai release of his Zanpakuto. More importantly, he wasn't even aiming to join the 10th squad. Suddenly, Yoruichi's eyes narrowed, her senses picking up on an approaching presence. Kakaku let out a sigh. "Aji-san, your vice-captain is also here." Isshin lifted his head with a surprised look. "What's she doing here?" "To drag you back to work," Kakaku said with a shrug. "Life of a Shinigami is tough, isn't it?" Kazuya racked his brain to remember who served as Isshin's vice-captain during this time. His train of thought was interrupted by the sliding door creaking open, revealing the 10th squad's current vice-captain. A blonde with wavy hair reaching her shoulders entered, her standard Shinigami uniform accentuated with the vice-captain's armband tied to the sash around her waist. The way she used her Riryoku to glue her clothes to her breasts just spoke of the woman's prioritizing fashion over practicality. He had always considered Haribel well endowed, yet Ranjaku was in a league of her own. Sweeping the room with her gaze, Ranjaku's attention was immediately drawn to Kazuya and the black cat perched on his head. Despite his plain clothes, his untamed silver hair and striking looks were hard to miss. "What a cute pet you have. I'd spoil her rotten if she was mine." Having her own cat girl in the form of her Zanpakuto spirit wasn't enough. One can never have too many cats, especially given the Siriidi's current cat shortage. "I have good eyes for pussies," he said with a straight face while tugging at Yoruichi's paw. "And this one is splendid." Yoruichi hissed, but didn't say a word. Wow, Ranjika gasped, thrusting out her chest. Your voice is like silk. I'd totally listen to you sing a song or just hear you sing a lullaby. Too bad you're from Rukongai or we might have become good friends. Oi, witch! Isshin roared. Don't you try to charm Kukaku-chan's man right under her nose. Kukaku landed a solid punch at the back of Isshin's head. Can you quit with that nonsense already? Ranjiku spun to face Isshin, her eyes blazing. Striding up to him, she yanked him by the collar. Kukaku, mind if I take this blockhead away? Nope. Drag him to his office. Isshin sobbed in betrayal as Ranjiku dragged him through the hallways. Kukaku turned to Kazuya. She doesn't know you aren't gonna stay in Rukongai for long, good for her that you won't enter her squad. Kazuya flashed a knowing grin. We'll see about that. There was no law stating he couldn't charm the vice-captain of a different squad. Even if such a rule existed, he'd gladly break it for the sake of Ranjiku. At first glance, the blonde might not strike one as being inclined towards relationships, but her tragic past involving Jin could drastically shift anyone's perception of her. She could become more than friends with benefits as long as he played his cards right. Partner, you're at it again. Be quiet. Chapter 102, The First Trial. 15 days later, the time had come. The Rukongai shimmered with excitement under the glow of the morning light. A stark contrast to Hueco Mundo's sky, which was shrouded in perpetual darkness, forever separated from the light of life. These realms were polar opposites in every sense. Precisely why the topic of hollow-wielding Shinigami powers, or vice versa, was forbidden within Central 46 and Godai 13. Cannot wait for you to reveal your true face as the Prince of Hollows. Nami hummed with enthusiasm. She shared Kazuya's excitement to bid farewell to Rukongai. Before you say anything, you're the Prince of Hollows. Haribel has legally and nobly adopted you as her boy. Kazuya could only respond with a dismissive, whatever you say. He had no interest in bickering on this particular morning. He contentedly savored his breakfast, his eyes drifting towards Yoruichi as she casually lapped milk from a bowl. Her decision to assume the form of a cat for the sake of freedom was truly baffling in his eyes. Powerful people always have some quirky personalities. I'm also powerful, but I don't see anything quirky in myself. Sure, he had his unhinged moments, but on the whole, he saw himself as a completely normal person. You're perfect as you are, partner. That's why I'll burn down this whole damn world if anything happens to you, starting from the one who harms you. Kazuya got shivers. Her burning passion didn't allow him to laugh it off as a joke. Every word was laced with a chilling promise that couldn't be overlooked. His Zanpakuto spirit had thoroughly embraced her unhinged, Yandere side. It's the last day, Ganju broke the ice, serving as a distraction from the madness in Kazuya's mind. Nay-san, we won't see him for years now. Let's throw him a farewell party. Ganju, who had warmed up to Kazuya after a couple of friendly sparring sessions, saw the parting as bittersweet. He had sought Kazuya a few days ago to learn the art of combat. Suffering from boredom, he went along with the idea. To sweeten Ganju's experience, he even demonstrated a few Kido spells. The younger Shiba brother had a tiny dream of becoming a Shinigami but was hesitant about leading his sister alone. Kukaku cast a sidelong glance at Kazuya. Over the weeks, she too had developed a soft spot for him, and Ganju's suggestion planted an idea in her mind. A farewell party seemed a bit too extravagant, but she figured a memorable surprise for his departure couldn't hurt much. Going to miss me? Kazuya asked teasingly. Don't be shy. It's the last day to pour your heart out and confess your passionate feelings. Regrets can be pretty hefty. Kukaku had warmed up to him significantly, to the extent that she now brushed off his playful flirtations without ire. His intense training with Yoruichi had left little time for seducing Kukaku. A fiery tsundere like Kukaku required a lot more time and care, even more when Yoruichi was by his side. Kukaku punched the table with her prosthetic arm. I only have one regret, I couldn't get to smash your face with my fist. Aw. You're such a considerate sweetheart. After the breakfast chatter had quieted down, Kazuya joined Momo, who had been eagerly waiting outside his house. Her smile shone as brightly as the day, then she pointed him towards the Siriidii. The noble estate couldn't be seen with the towering walls surrounding it, summoned by any presence near the vicinity of the Siriidii's boundaries. His sharp gaze spotted a sea of people gathered outside the western gate. Given their lack of physiological needs or carnal desires, many low-level souls aimed to join the ranks of the Shinigami for a taste of purpose. Today was an opportunity for them to break the shackles of poverty and step towards a better life and a more remarkable destiny. "We should head there," Momo suggested, her voice filled with anticipation. "Come on." He smiled at her enthusiasm. Toshiro didn't come? Only a week prior, he'd given the young Toshiro a comprehensive lecture. Toshiro's Zanpakuto spirit Hiranmaru's ice powers and his own Ryatsu severely hurt his grandmother whenever he slept. Toshiro had to become a Shinigami to control his frost powers. Kazuya wasn't in any way, shape, or form brainwashing the lad. "Keep telling yourself that." "Shiro-chan." Momo's voice faltered, her expression clouding over. "I couldn't find him." "Kind of a waste," Yoruichi commented. "He could have become a high-level Shinigami in no time." He brushed off Yoruichi's comment, patting Momo's shoulder comfortingly. "He'll come, don't worry." As they started their journey towards the western gate, Momo continually snuck nervous glances at Kazuya, her worries hanging unsaid in the air. "He'll be here," he reassured her once more. "Just relax." Momo nodded her head vigorously. "I believe in Kazuya-san." She had an innocent crush on him, but he was sure he'd get over him. Despite being over 100 years old, she was way too innocent. His train of thought was interrupted as a familiar head full of silver hair caught his eye amidst the sea of people. A wave of relief washed over him. He'd begun to worry that Toshiro wouldn't come. If he couldn't convince a child like Toshiro, what chance did he stand against Yamamoto? "Shiro-chan." Momo's voice pierced the crowd, her arm waving in the air with uncontainable enthusiasm. "Over here!" Toshiro turned around to Momo's voice and frowned. "Bedwetter." As Toshiro approached them, Momo slapped his shoulders affectionately and hugged him. "You made me so worried. Why couldn't you just come with me?" Toshiro gently nudged her away, scratching his cheek awkwardly. He'd been busy gathering a parting gift for his grandmother, but the words stuck in his throat until... "Yeah, tell us why you were so busy?" Kazuya posed the question, and Toshiro averted his gaze. The boy had mad respect towards him for pointing out the harm he had been unknowingly inflicting upon his grandmother. His negligence could have killed his grandmother, the realization still gnawed at him. I was collecting flowers for Oba-san." Momo's features softened into an understanding smile. "Thanks, Shiro-chan. Don't you worry over Oba-san. We'll visit her as much as possible." "Yeah," Toshiro mumbled, his agreement barely above a whisper. "I will." Meanwhile, Kazuya watched their exchange with a hint of a smile. The innocent dynamics between Toshiro and Momo stirred within him a sense of nostalgia, invoking memories of his own pure bond with Izumi. He was a little curious how Izumi was coping with his absence. After all, the first weeks were the hardest that could make or break someone, but he took comfort in knowing that Lisa was there to lend her a shoulder. "Don't you dare compare that cultist woman to these kids." "I don't care about that. Our relationship is pure. That's what matters." "Yar yar." A thunderous roar echoed around them as the towering entranceway gradually lifted, revealing the colossal figure casually holding the door's weight. With a last Herculean effort, the giant hoisted the gate and stepped into the rotunda. The monumental gate crashed behind him, making the ground tremble beneath their feet. A cheer erupted from the crowd, rivaling the impact of the massive door. "Jidambo-san." Momo also joined in on the excitement. "Kazuya-kun, this giant is Jidambo. Formerly from the Rokondai, he has been the Western Gate's guardian for over 300 years. As you can see, everyone here loves him." "Can't see why," Toshiro retorted with a shrug, unfazed by the fanfare. When does the test start, anyway? Be patient, he said, placing his hands on Toshiro's shoulders. The key to everything is patience. We get a chicken by hatching the egg, not by smashing it, says the most impatient man on the planet. Toshiro nodded solemnly. He had learned more from Kazuya in 10 days than he did in the past few decades. As Jidanbo stepped aside, a middle-aged woman in a black kimono took his place. With her tidy glasses and a book in hand, she seemed every bit the scholarly type. But standing next to Jidanbo's hulking form, she looked more like a child than a woman. The giant was over 10 feet tall, boasting muscular arms thicker than most trees. Welcome to the annual Shino Academy's entrance exams. I'm Eri Masashi, your examiner, she declared, adjusting her glasses and flipping open her book. Anyone wishing to enter the academy, please come forward and register your name before afternoon. As her words dissipated into the bustling crowd, an overwhelming pressure washed over the scene. Jidanbo had released his Ryatsu, dispelling any doubts about the difficulty of the test. Eri smiled coldly. I wish you the best of luck. Chapter 103, Arrival of Geniuses. Eri knew that Jidanbo, the giant, was a powerful warrior, possessing brute strength comparable to the freaks of the 11th Squad, the battle-hungry Shinigami squad led by Kenpachi Zaraki. That didn't mean his Ryatsu was weak, he was easily comparable to a seated officer if he went all out. Of course he wasn't allowed to go all out and massacre everyone with his Ryatsu alone. The gatekeeper showed mercy when it came to people in Rakongai. He had a big soft spot for everyone here. Eri let this favoritism slide since the second test was there to weed out the unworthy. As Eri looked at her book, she heard footsteps and raised her gaze to a silver-haired man. Siriidii was certainly not lacking in handsome men, but this man made her heart skip a beat. Not even a minute. Did he use a movement technique? With disbelief painting her features, Eri scanned the others who, unlike him, were struggling to cover the distance. Some had even succumbed to their knees before taking 4 measly steps. The closer one was to an overwhelming Ryatsu, the tougher it was to hold ground. Yet, the man before her stood in the full-blown proximity of Jidanbo's Ryatsu. He even had the leisure to show a refreshing smile. Examiner, do the honors. And his voice blew away every bit of confidence she had mustered. Taking another deep breath, she calmed herself down. Speak. Kazuya Ishihara, he said with a smile as he sidestepped to reveal 2 figures. Momo Hinamori and Toshiro Hitsugaya. The bespectacled examiner nodded in acknowledgement to the pair behind Kazuya. She then handed him a translucent crystal. Please focus on this, try to fill it with Ryuryoku. This is the second test you must pass. She watched with bated breath as Kazuya handled the crystal that measured one's spirit class. The device was made by Otsu Nemea to make the tests easier. After what felt like an eternity, a string of words materialized on the crystal, making Eri's eyes go wide. S Spirit Class Rank 1. A collective gasp echoed from the distant souls. Though 99% of them were clueless about the Spirit Class ranking, the 1% that did know about it caused a commotion that would put a market square to shame. A hint of a frown shadowed Kazuya's features. He had only released enough Ryatsu to qualify as rank 4, the pinnacle of the vice-captain class, same as Kaien's. After all, his goal was to score a vice-captain's seat at most to fulfill his plan. Yet the spirit class measuring device accurately gauged his maximum Ryatsu, putting him on the same level as senior captains. He innocently tilted his head. Did I pass? The examiner dropped her book out of sheer panic before hurriedly picking it up. I am sorry, but can you try again? It could be a mistake. Kazuya's brows furrowed, displaying evident annoyance. Don't you have faith in your own equipment? Momo, with her wide-eyed curiosity, peeked from behind Kazuya. Is rank 1 the highest? Eri responded with a trembling nod. It's comparable to a captain. Of course, it's just potential, but Ishihara-sama will be able to release this Ryatsu under stressful conditions. She didn't remember anyone getting rank 1 during this test in the last few hundred years. Momo had stars in her eyes as she gazed at Kazuya's back. Kazuya-kun is amazing. Eri gave a pleading gaze to Kazuya. There were even tears at the corner of her eyes as she thought Kazuya would accidentally release his Ryatsu out of annoyance. With such a massive difference in Ryatsu class, she wouldn't faint but straight up die. Please. He sighed and repeated the test, achieving the same result. Eri didn't bar his admission any longer and directly wrote his name under the column for Class 1, the class filled with aristocratic geniuses. He easily qualified for Class 1. Eri penned something else at the book's end, tearing the page out with a cheeky grin. Extending it towards Kazuya, she cooed, "That's my address. Feel free to visit if you need assistance in any regards." In a world where souls live for centuries, establishing ties with a potential authoritative figure, especially one who could make it to the vice captain or even a seated officer's position, was an easy decision for Eri. His charming face and voice also made its way deep into her heart, making the choice of sleeping with him easier. Kazuya could accurately guess everything from the devious smile on Eri's face. Still, he gave a polite smile and accepted her gesture. He may or may not decide to humor her depending on his mood. Then it was Momo and Hitsugaya's turn to take the second test. Rank 5. R rank 2. Eri almost fainted from surprise. She came looking for souls with spirit class below rank 9 but ended up with a group of potential monsters. 2 cream of the crop geniuses and 1 elite talent. After Kazuya saw that Momo and Toshiro were taken to the same class as him, he nodded and went to stand by the side. Both of them have the same silver hair as Jin Ikimaru-sama. Is this a coincidence? I'll dye my hair silver after this. Hearing Eri's crazy but funny rambling, he chuckled and signaled Yoruchi to follow him. They found solace by Jidambo's side, who began talking to Momo. Nami's idle comments also made things less boring overall. Jidambo, despite his size and might, was endearingly awkward in conversations, making him the ideal chat partner for a rather shy Toshiro. By day's end, out of the swarm, only 300 souls registered their names, with 200 clearing the second round. Only 5 of them made it to the illustrious Class 1. The rest had to return home disappointed, leaving Jidambo with a sad face. Momo did her best to cheer him up, which didn't take more than a minute. The giant was gullible like a child despite possessing the power to destroy a dozen hollows with a swing of his axe. Eri took some time in writing more details about all the students before she cleared her throat. You've done well today, but your journey is just beginning. Cherish tonight with your families and loved ones. Tomorrow, a new chapter awaits. An instructor will meet you here in the morning, guiding you into the Socializing and onwards to the Shino Academy. As she finished, Eri sent a playful wink in Kazuya's direction before making her graceful exit through the gate. Yoruchi wasn't even in the mood to retort to his budding relationship with the instructor. He didn't even try. Shouldn't I just let him seduce Captain Unohana? Despite Captain Unohana's past dripping with bloodshed, she was still a woman. Perhaps she'd fall under his charming spell. It was better to let him work his magic on Captain Unohana than use her to warn Captain Commander. Getting into the 4th squad should be easy with his Kaido skills. She felt relieved that she taught him the branch of Kido that specializes in healing, Kaido. Toshiro blinked in confusion, scratching his head. Hey, I thought they would take us to the Socializing right away. He wouldn't have wasted so much time gathering flowers if he knew that the instructor would give them some time. Momo, with puffed cheeks, murmured, It's a consolation for the time we can't spend with Obasan for the next few months. Kazuya rubbed their heads. You guys know Jidambo. He will let you slide out of the gate without questions. Don't corrupt them. Yoruchi retorted. Just don't teach them bad stuff. Momo giggled before she looked at her fellow district people leaving with drooping shoulders. I feel sad for them. Those who are denied should be grateful about this, Yoruchi said in a stern voice. Ryatsu plays a huge part in battles for us souls. We can't have Shinigami who can't withstand the minimum level hollows on the battlefield. Kazuya nodded. Yoruchi, Which was your spirit class before entering the academy? Rank 2 like Toshiro, she said and looked at Toshiro. Don't let this get to your head. This is merely your potential. To become a vice captain class candidate, you'd need hundreds of years of practice and master the Shurkai release of your Zanpakuto. To qualify for the captain seat, you'd need the mastery of Bankai release as well. Having high spirit class ranking means nothing on the battlefield. Toshiro intently listened to her serious lecture. While Kazuya took a calm and playful approach in teaching, Yoruichi adopted a serious demeanor, unlike her usual laid-back style. Toshiro was grateful to both of them since he got to learn so many new things from them. The mood lightened as Momo enthusiastically declared, "Shiro-chan will be a captain and I'll be his vice-captain." Yoruichi let out a sigh. "Kazuya, you handle her, my words don't get through her." Kazuya chuckled. "It's fine. She'll learn in her academy time." While he looked forward to observing her progress, he didn't intend to spend his full 6 years in the academy. His time in the academy was whimsically dependent on his mood. Let's fucking go and wreak havoc in the academy. As the group strolled towards Toshiro's home for a cozy sleepover, the night sky suddenly burst alive with fireworks. Dazzling images of Kazuya's chibi face and a cheeky cat dancing filled the sky. Classic Kakaku, Kazuya said with a chuckle. "I love her." Yoruichi laughed heartily. "Me too." Chapter 104 through 105, Shifting Loyalties. A grand chamber was illuminated by a single orb of light flickering on the ceiling. In the center of the room sat a throne-like chair, a woman perched atop it with a fierce aura. She had raven black twintails that hung down to her shoulders, an eye patch mask covering her left eye, the physical manifestation of her transformation from a hollow into an Arankar. Former number 4 Espada and former mistress of King Baragon, Loli Avern. The only 2 surviving Espada were Sailaporo and Araniero. Sailaporo was busy in his research laboratory as always, never caring about the political outlook of Hueco Mundo. Araniero left Las Noches once the news of Baragon's death spread around. The Jillian Arankar had no desire to wait for Baragon's killer to find them. As an Espada, Loli could easily calm down the chaos and take over as Las Noches' new ruler. Her time in power had not been a tranquil one so far. Her soul pink eye narrowed as she surveyed the group of hollows before her with disdain. 2 Ajuchas and no less than 2 dozen lesser hollows. Did you manage to track them to their base? The Ajuchas stepped forward as he spoke. My queen, we couldn't, they weren't within the boundaries of Las Noches. Loli gritted her teeth. 2 Arankars came to her kingdom, killed her troops, and left without any repercussions. How would she manage her credibility as a queen if she let 2 random hollows step all over her? You incompetent bastards, she roared. How? Loli, calm down, said Minoli Malia, one of Baragon's other mistresses, standing beside Loli. She had slicked up blonde hair with bangs partially covering her right eye, which happened to be the fragments of her hollow mask. It's not their fault. We have not seen those hollows for over 2 weeks now. Before Minoli could finish, Loli threw a kick at her stomach, sending her crashing into the wall. Loli appeared before Minoli with Sonito and grabbed her collar, yanking her to her feet. Never interrupt the queen when she talks. Minoli glared at Loli defiantly yet managed to remain silent, an act that always seemed to drive Loli into a rage. Bitch, Loli snarled and bashed Minoli's head into the wall. I'm assigning those criminals to you then. Take these bastards and get me results. Yes, my queen. Minoli nodded obediently and led the hollows away from the throne room while Loli returned to her seat of power in Hueco Mundo. Baragon's death was a constant reminder for her to keep her arrogance in check, but her subordinates always provoked the bully inside her. My, oh my, the hollows of Las Noches are more intelligent and ruder than I could ever imagine. A series of slow claps echoed as Jin Ikimaru walked into Loli's chamber, the loose and oversized sleeves of his yukata swaying with the wind. His eyes were shut in that characteristic, enigmatic smile, and yet, they seemed to see everything. Truth be spoken, he hadn't expected the waves of civil war to die down so soon. Then again, the intelligent hollow lady on the throne was a cut above every Ajucha's since she wielded the powers of both Shinigami and Hollow. She is weak. Jin felt let down. He thought he'd find at least a Vasto Lord or some Hollow who had awakened monstrous power. Instead, he saw a pack of hapless lackeys with no ambition and no desire to improve themselves. No single one of them could be considered worthy enough to offer Aizen as a gift. Aizen-sama would be more interested in those rebels. Lowly's breath caught in her throat when the corner of Jin's lips curved into a cruel arc. His closed-eyed smile sent chills down her spine and her heart raced as she instinctively shrank back from the Shinigami's looming figure. Who are you? What do you want from me? She stammered, fear lacing every syllable. Nothing. I just thought I'd walk into Las Noches, Jin said, his grin widening. And tease the new ruler a bit. I am just a lowly queen. Please, she stepped off the throne and presented it to Jin. You can be the king of Hueco Mundo, Shinigami-sama. She even tried stripping to seduce him, throwing her body away for survival. But he held her hand, seemingly uninterested. I don't appreciate that, Jin said, shaking his head. What I desire is information. You're utterly useless. Lowly closed her eyes, shaking on the ground. Please don't kill me, please. Jin was never a bully, but he could understand the elation some people felt towards beating down the weak. I won't kill you. Lowly raised her head, showing a bright smile on her tear-stained face. Shinigami-sama, you're so. Jin let loose a portion of his Ryatsu, making her freeze. As long as you maintain control over Hueco Mundo as its ruler. The sooner Aizen's plans for Hueco Mundo were finalized, the sooner Aizen would begin his attack on the Soul Society and the sooner Jin would get to thrust his Kamishini no Yari through Aizen's heart. He'd relish every moment of his vicious poison avenge the suffering Aizen inflicted upon his childhood friend. Let's not get impatient. Indeed, friend, his Zanpakuto spirit chimed. Be the viper in the tall grasses and strike when your enemy never expects you to. Or prepare a counterattack for the counterattack he will have for my surprise attack. Lowly slammed her head into the ground. I will, Shinigami-sama. I will do anything to keep the throne. You don't have to worry. Jin sighed. He wouldn't have to jump through so many hoops if he could overpower Aizen. The world gifted him with impeccable talent but not enough to fulfill his sole desire of vengeance. The tragedy of a man who chose a path of shadows to protect the light he cherished. Jin didn't confirm nor deny the claim of his Zanpakuto spirit. Ha ha ha, this fat hunter is so shit. Or rather, the rabbit has more wits. The troublemaker, Francesca Mila Rose, was sprawled across a couch, watching a monochrome version of Looney Tunes on the television. Suruchi was sitting at the end of the couch, unable to resist the temptation to correct Mila Rose. They were forced to retreat 2 weeks ago, and now they had no choice but to stay within the living world. But Mila Rose wasn't complaining. Even in a short period of time, she had accomplished her goal of devouring over a dozen Jillians and a couple of Ajuchas. And her life here was great. Sushi feasts and endless television shows, all financed by Kazuya's wealth, kept her more than content. The only missing piece to her perfect life was Kazuya, who provoked complicated feelings in her. Sun and Apache walked down the stairs, catching Haribel's attention. Haribel crossed her arms under her chest. Where are you going? To the library, Sun said with a soft smile. I'll educate Apache and teach her how to read and write. Can't have her embarrass our family. Sun only needed a couple of hours to master the modern Japanese language. Apache, however, needed more than a week to grasp even common words. Apache turned her head, refusing to humor Haribel. She was still a little pissed about the fact she couldn't go to Hueco Mundo to hunt down hollows. The so-called hollow hunter made her blood boil. She eagerly awaited the day Kazuya brought her the news that the hollow hunter was dead. Venturing outside the mansion, Sun and Apache didn't even cross 3 streets before they stumbled upon an unexpected sight, a maid and her mistress. Kazuya's quincy older sister, Izumi, accompanied by her maid Lisa. Sun knew how much Kazuya cared about Izumi, and he was also pursuing a romantic relationship with Lisa. That's what Sun had deciphered from their interactions so far. Lisa was also one of the Vizards she could easily get along with. Where could they be going? Curious, Sun whispered to Apache about the situation. This doesn't feel right, Apache said. We should let them be. Besides, I don't want Izumi to notice us. It'll be fine. Just don't release your Ryatsu under any circumstances. Apache groaned and agreed to join in on Sun's stalking plan. Izumi and Lisa came to a stop before a strange place. Karakura's boxing gym. Apache slowly spelled the words written on the whiteboard stuck to the building. What is this place? Sun narrowed her eyes as she saw a burly man guide Lisa and Izumi into the building. Lisa had a strange perverted personality, but she was actually a virgin who never entered any intimate relationship. But seeing Lisa and Izumi enter a closed space with another man raised her skepticism. What if she fell for someone else? Sun waited for 5 more minutes before entering the building with Apache. What she saw baffled her. Go, Izumi-sama. Kazuya's so-called Quincy older sister was throwing left and right hooks at a punching bag. The matriarch of the Ishida clan was clad in a tank top and shorts, sweat glimmering across her entire body. Her ferocious strikes left no room for speculation. She was simply using the punching bag as a means to vent her rage. Izumi's maid relentlessly cheered for her. Beat the sandbag to a pulp. Izumi clutched the punching bag within the grip of her forearms and slammed her knees into it. After a few more minutes of bashing, Izumi took a break and wiped her sweat with a towel. Her eyes landed on the pair of curious onlookers, a native Japanese beauty, the other a striking foreigner. Izumi revealed a refreshing smile. Are you also here to practice boxing? Lisa turned to Sun and Apache with a skeptical look. They appear to be your fangirls, Izumi-sama. Sun giggled. I'm far too delicate to throw punches. But my friend Apache is good at it. Apache rolled her eyes. No, I'm not. She'd rather fight Nelliel than throwing punches at an object. The Centaur Ajuchas was still in Hueco Mundo, where the Hollow Hunter could hunt her down. What does he want to achieve? The over-calculating Kazuya she knew wouldn't make such a glaring mistake. There had to be some reason for Nelliel to be roaming Hueco Mundo when her little companions were shifted on a safe island. Izumi's uplifted mood vanished as soon as she saw a black car standing outside Ishida Mansion. The source of her turmoil was standing at the door with her servants, Akira and Katsumi. He was a man of average height with slicked-up black hair and a pair of frameless spectacles on his face. Wearing a ragged cloak, his serious expression emphasized his broody aura. 4 months of Quincy training was a brief stint for his skewed perception of time. Soken-san, Izumi muttered and approached the man. You're finally back. Soken nodded without a change in his expression. I was waiting for you. Izumi clenched her fists as she looked at Soken's back. Soken-san, I have decided. Soken looked over his shoulder, a little frown on his face. Izumi? I don't want to continue our relationship. The words hung heavily in the air, and Soken's eyes lingered on her face, probing, searching. He had saved her from a hollow after he was exiled from Wandenrake. She then proposed the marriage, and he accepted her suggestion to continue the Quincy bloodline. A Quincy family who wouldn't be ignorant fools like those residing in Wandenrake, the Quincy Empire. Now she wanted to get away from this relationship. His previous experience with women in Wandenrake made Izumi's change much more acceptable. Every woman in that place was a psychopath. Can I ask why? Soken wanted an explanation, not out of love. He wasn't even sure if he knew what that felt like, but out of respect for her as a fellow Quincy. If she were to make a misstep, it would gnaw at his conscience. Izumi nodded as she continued, I have decided to devote my life to someone else. Soken let out a sigh. It was just another case of a woman falling for another man. He was glad it happened before he cultivated any meaningful relationship. Rather, he didn't even know if he was capable of loving anyone in the first place. Are you sure about that? Are you sure he is the one? Yes, Izumi said without elaborating further. But as two people with similar goals, I'd still like to stay as allies. All right. I'll let Akira file for divorce, he agreed, his tone light. With a knowing look, he turned and headed for the mansion. Izumi felt a massive weight lift off of her chest. While waiting for Kazuya's return, she could take her time in hand-picking Quincy partners or women with strong spiritual powers. Lisa adjusted her glasses. The romance novels depicting erotic situations couldn't change her mind on political marriage being utterly garbage. The situation before her only increased her goodwill towards her marriages built upon love. Izumi-sama, would you still live in this mansion? How would that be appropriate after this? Izumi shook her head. Don't you worry about your salary. I can fund it, as long as you're ready to move to a different town. I own a couple of stores around Japan. In fact, the mansion belonged to her, but she didn't take it from Soken out of respect. After all, Soken had come to Japan empty-handed while Izumi had been working tirelessly in expanding the family business her father left behind. Lisa hesitated. She had already fallen behind her fellow Vizard in training. She wouldn't even be able to maintain her current combat skills if she stuck around with Izumi. Izumi let out a wry chuckle. No worries. I'll buy a place here. Her mind would still be a mess if Lisa wasn't there to support her. She couldn't afford to lose Lisa's company at any cost. That makes things easier, Lisa said. However, I'd like to apply for a part-time schedule from now on. I'll happily agree to that condition. You can't waste your own life while looking after me. Chapter 106, A Disruptive Ceremony. Observing the Seriidii from afar and stepping through its colossal gates was a completely different experience. Momo Hinamori found herself bewitched by the city's elegance, so different from the rough simplicity of Rakongai. Majestic buildings like titans, their stately arches and glistening rooftops lending the city a noble aura. The citizens on the streets wore decent clothes, their ryatsu robust and more rigorous than 99% of the Rakongai population. The wall dividing them did more than separate districts, it was a chasm cleaving heaven from earth. Momo's eyes darted everywhere without a stop. This is stunning. Stop gawking like an idiot, Toshiro scolded, though a hint of embarrassment and apology colored his tone. It's just a fancier version of our village. Momo glared at Toshiro as if he was the idiot here, not her. Her unblinking glare strangely intimidated him. This is the paradise we were promised. Kazuya poked Yoruichi, who was resting on his head. But it's reserved for Shinigami. Life is never fair, but the afterlife should have some equality. Yoruichi bit his ear. Get your head out of religious books. She didn't shy away from speaking in her cat form. The boisterous crowd of 3 students made a good cover for her. Complains the motherfucker who spawned with Vasto Lorde-level power, Nami's sarcastic reply made him chuckle. Partner, destroy the Seriidii after we come into power. Equally shitty life for everyone, baby. Let others be happy. Neva. Soon the academy came into sight, a sprawling multi-story building with an architectural style resembling the Seriidii. Kazuya's group, along with many other new students, were taken into different halls. Each hall basically had the same responsibility of providing uniforms and relaying the assigned dormitory numbers to each student. Kazuya caught 2 unexpected faces in a different queue. Rukia and Renji? Rukia looked focused and determined. He remembered her lacking both when she joined the academy. Only after meeting Kyan did she reveal more confidence. They were supposed to join 2 years later. What happened? His mind whirred, connecting the dots. If I had to guess, it's because of the balance disaster in Rakongai. He didn't feel an ounce of guilt even after hearing the consequences of Barrigan's death. His alignment wouldn't be neutral evil if he began sobbing for random people. Possibly. I wonder if the world will force different events to fuel her growth. You talk like this world is a living entity. World isn't, but fate truly is a thing, partner, or we wouldn't have been together like this. So smooth. Nami giggled. Don't flatter my flirting skills. Do you know what bugs me about Rukia? Kyan. Will he go through the same events after meeting you? In a few years, Kyan's wife would soon be killed by a discarded hollow experiment made by Aizen. Kyan would try to avenge his wife, but fall against the hollow. Kazuya did want to save Kyan from his fate, but it was difficult to convince Kyan. Miyako was a third-rank seated officer and Kyan was a vice-captain. They both knew all the danger that came with the duty of purifying hollows. Sacrifice the 4th squad's dreams and join Kyan's squad. No way. I'm becoming a battle healer and seducing Unohana. Yoruichi patted his head, bringing his attention back to the queue. He received his uniform from the instructor, then regrouped with everyone. Momo looked crestfallen after hearing the dormitory number from him. Why can't we all be in the same dorm room? It's so unfair. Boys' and girls' dormitories had different dorm buildings as if they were high schoolers. Life is never fair, Toshiro said with a chuckle. I landed in the same dorm room as Kazuya-san. It's great. Nobody will bully you with me there. It's not like people even want to bully me, Toshiro muttered under his breath, earning a soft look from Kazuya. We'll be in class 1. Today was reserved for students to get accustomed to the academy and dorm grounds. The classes would start tomorrow, beginning with an opening ceremony conducted by some big shot from the Godiai 13. The next morning, as if following some type of tradition, sakura petals drifted everywhere in the morning. Students, donned in crisp uniforms, milled about the grounds, their blue and red hakama adding vibrant strokes of color to the scene. The student uniform's design matched a traditional Shinigami outfit but with blue hakama, trousers, for male and red hakama for female students. Kazuya personally wasn't a fan of wearing traditional outfits, but they were very light and comfortable. He followed the herd of first-year students to the courtyard, where the opening ceremony was set to take place. His steps faltered when he caught sight of the petite woman on the podium. She had short hair, with 2 thin braids bound in white cloth. She looked young, but her dangerous ryatsu kept anyone from uttering any word in her presence. The word captain was plainly written across her armband. Sheesh. Her Majesty's simp is here. He wasn't surprised to see Soifon. A different captain from the Godiai 13 hosts the opening ceremony every year. This year's responsibility fell upon the commander of Amatsukido and the captain of the 2nd squad, Soifon. Honestly, he'd have preferred someone like Unohana or Yukitake here. Soifon might sense her precious Yoruichi-sama and cause a massive ruckus. Wanna say hi? Nope, Yoruichi instantly replied before reclining against his shoulder. Heh. Look at her act all tough now. She used to chase me like a little baby. Say it to her face, coward. I'm not failing my mission. Soifon, who was on a hunt for potential assassin candidates, suddenly felt goosebumps. Looking around the crowd, she came across a pair of striking golden eyes belonging to a black cat sitting upon a student's shoulder. The cat's eyes gave her a sense of familiarity, stirring something within her, a deep, visceral reaction that made her blood boil. She narrowed her eyes on the white-haired man who surprisingly grinned back at her. It was a grin reserved to tease others. A grin that provoked memories of the most loved yet hated person in her life. Both the pet and its master got on her nerves without saying a word. She could almost feel the satisfying crunch of her fist against that grinning face. She pointed at him, making the students around him step away and single him out. You with the black cat. Do you see anything funny? He cluelessly looked around before pointing at his face. Me? His voice sent ripples of fascination across the students. Soifon also fell dazed for a second. Why were you grinning like a fool? He rubbed the back of his head. Smiling isn't a sin, is it? Even though he was in a captain's presence, he showed no respect or courtesy. Soifon didn't demand pure reverence, but basic courtesy was the least a student could afford. It was not just an institution of learning, it was a crucible, molding future soldiers for the Godiai 13. Discipline was not an option, it was a mandate. His nonchalance reminded her of the exiled Shinigami, the man she wouldn't hesitate to murder in a heartbeat, Keisuke Urahara. Soifan's hand clenched involuntarily. "There is a time and place for every action," she said, beckoning him with a finger. "Come over here." The entire crowd of students looked at him with pity. To offend a seated officer was to gamble with one's future, to offend a captain was to dance with death itself. And this was no ordinary captain. This was the master assassin, the one ruling over the stealth force on Mitsukido and the second squad. Kazuya's response was anything but typical. He let Yorichi slip down before he made his way through the path students made by parting, a carefree bounce in his step as if he wasn't walking to his execution. Jumping up the podium, he stood a few meters away from Soifan. "What can I do for you?" "This opening ceremony will be a little different," Soifan said as she turned to the students. "I'll give you a little demonstration of Hakuda techniques and different ways to master them." Soifan decided to abuse her authority for the first time in her life. Chapter 107, a Hakuda Masterclass. Yorichi's lessons about Shinigami combat were still fresh in Kazuya's mind. Shinigami use 4 types of basic fighting techniques. Zenjutsu, the sword fighting techniques. Ho-Ho, the name for all high-speed fighting movements based on the art of Shuinpa. Kido, the spells. And lastly, Hakuda, the unarmed fighting technique. Soifan was going to demonstrate Hakuda techniques by using him as a punching bag. As if he'd let Yorichi's simp humiliate him. He crossed his arms. "I didn't consent to participating in this demonstration." Soifan looked at him coldly. "Are you going against your superior's orders?" "My superior? I'm a student affiliated with the Shino Academy. There are no laws suggesting that students are under the direct command of Godiai 13, he said with a light shrug. "To put it simply, the graduates who join your squad will be under your command. Right now, every academy personnel is under Central 40 SIXS control." He tried to achieve the impossible, convincing the hopeless tomboy captain to lead him out of her sinister plot. Unfortunately for him, his long and logical statement had no effect on Soifan. It only made him more and more similar to Keisuke in her mind. She hated that man with the passion of a burning sun. "Are you backing out of a small demonstration? Who is to guarantee that a coward like you won't desert your friends under a threat? If you continue to insist, I'd have you depart the academy immediately." Soifan countered his logic with her own, striving to maintain her image as captain in the eyes of the students. If it was up to her, she'd have smacked his face a dozen times by now. He raised a brow. "That is where you're wrong, Captain Soifan. I'm not fighting you because I'm a coward. I'm saving you the embarrassment of getting your ass kicked by a first year." He was done being reasonable. She wanted a fight, he'd gladly give it to her. The air around him seemed to catch fire, a burst of spiritual pressure erupting and enveloping him. The executive militia locked him with their Ryatsu. They were Soifan's personal force specializing in unarmed and stealth combat. To Soifan's surprise, he didn't even flinch. She had realized that he wasn't normal the moment she sensed his controlled Ryatsu. But for a first-year student to easily ward off the combined Ryatsu of her punishment force was simply a miracle. Was he a noble clan's descendant or a spy infiltrating the Godiai 13 for some nefarious scheme? Soifan couldn't discern his identity. Kazuya cracked his knuckles. "Come on. You're delaying the opening ceremony for no reason." Soifan's hand met her left shoulder, fingers gripping the fabric of her Captain Haori, and in a single fluid motion, she whisked it off. Clad in a black sleeveless uniform, she revealed her muscular frame, each curve and cut honed for maximum combat efficiency. She caressed the black armbands wrapping the majority of her arms, then assumed a fighting stance. "Cherish the experience I'm about to carve into your body." Then she dashed at him, her leg a blur as it aimed a kick at his face. He deflected it with the calculated ease of his left forearm and retaliated with a vicious strike aimed at her ribs. Stranded midair with no control over her movements, she had no choice but to use Shuinpa for an immediate retreat. "Not a bad reaction time," she admitted with a grudging nod, gray eyes sparkling. We run it back. She came at him with a flurry of kicks and punches that forced him on the defensive. Her body seemed to become a blur, her fists and feet striking from all angles. She was vicious like a devil, even trying to kick him between the legs. But she had the same style and ferocity as Yoruichi, whom he had sparred for 15 days. He also had the experience of fighting some of the strongest captains in the form of Vizard. Fighting Soifan wasn't that hard for the current him. Soifan's eyes widened as she concentrated on her assault. Despite her best efforts, he met her ferocity fist for fist, his blocks and counterattacks flowing with a fluid grace she would expect from a veteran, not a first-year student at Shino Academy. His movements were precise and decisive, reminding her of the predecessor she still admired to this day. Yoruichi-sama. Even as she felt nostalgic, they threw a dizzying number of attacks at each other, each one like a flash. The sound of strikes, blocks, and rapid movements filled the courtyard, reverberating like thunderclaps. The combatants' feet barely touched the ground as they weaved in and out of each other's space, creating a symphony of human movement that was both beautiful and terrifying to behold. The onlookers got eye candy of a Hakuto masterclass. Their first day couldn't have started better. Even the senior students joined in, admiring and cheering the fight from a distance. Their fight gathered quite the crowd. Meanwhile, Yoruichi watched the match with almost a smug look in her eyes. She could see Soifan's serious improvement in martial arts, but Kazuya was the proud prodigy she had trained. He was inferior in raw skills and battle experience, but his reaction speed and talent somewhat made up for it. There was no way Kazuya would lose to Soifan in a contest of martial arts. The two suddenly paused, with Kazuya's fist against her jaw and her straight chop hand on his neck. A collective gasp went through the crowd as they realized the outcome of their spar. Wow, he landed a hit. This is unreal. Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? No fucking way, he is a first year. Ignoring the randoms gawking at him, he calmly smiled. That's a draw, I guess. Soifan scoffed. Who trained you? Was it? Clap. 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 Captain Soifan, thanks for the beautiful demonstration of your Hakuto techniques, a steady voice cut through the tension as Isshin Shiba flashed on the stadium. In a heartbeat, his arm slung over Kazuya's shoulder, pulling him into a playful headlock that was more an embrace than a hold. You couldn't resist making trouble on your first day. He had come to fend off any snobby nobles who dared to mess with Kazuya, only to find the young protege locking horns with Soifan. He is just like Kakaku. Kazuya slipped out of the headlock and fixed his hair. Look, I was just minding my own business in the crowd over there. She started it. He threw Soifan under the bus. She was rightfully blamed for everything. Captain Shiba, Soifan said, her eyes darting between the two men, suspicion and realization warring in her gaze. What's your relationship? A family friend. A close one. He is like my own kid. Soifan let out a sigh and turned to Kazuya. Sorry, it's my mistake. I provoked you into this, but Captain Shiba never revealed that you were hiding a generational talent like him. With his Hakuto techniques, he can even take over as my successor. She was quick to correct her course in light of Kazuya's connection to another captain. Isshin laughed off Soifan's suggestion to take Kazuya into her squad. Get off. He'll be my successor. Kazuya shook his head. Get on with the opening ceremony. Haven't we delayed it enough already? Yeah, Captain Yama will chew my ears off tomorrow. Soifan hurriedly summoned her men to kick off the extras who had gathered in the courtyard. After what followed was a simple and direct speech about the students being treated as soldiers. That they had to work hard on honing skills if they wanted to be accepted into the Gotei 13. Of course, Kazuya was more interested in inquiring the reason behind Isshin's appearance. I just dropped by to show you some support. There was more than Isshin let out, but he nevertheless appreciated the sentiment. The main members of Shiba clan became his allies, not the development he had planned, but he gladly welcomed them on his side. Then, Soifan sent everyone off to their respective homerooms. Isshin also left after giving him a massive hug. Yoruichi began walking by Kazuya's side as they followed the way to their classroom. You could have beaten her. Let's not make your fangirl cry in front of children. Soifan had lost the drive to fight halfway into the battle, possibly seeing him fight in a similar way to Yoruichi. Beating her like this wasn't appealing to him in any way. Gloating about victories was only satisfying when the other party gave their all and still lost, or when the other party got completely outwitted. Valid argument. Yoruichi glanced back at Momo and Toshiro, who quietly followed behind. They are like actual children. He could guess the reason behind their sad faces. They froze when he was being bullied by a captain, even though they wanted to help him. We are not. Momo yelled. It's just, we wanted to help Kazuya-san, but we couldn't. We are cowards. He turned around and ruffled their hair. Geez. No need to feel down. The opponent was way above your league. Yeah, Yoruichi chimed in with a nod. Let this memory be a reminder of your weakness. Use it well to grow strong beyond your limits. Momo's eyes shone with resolve. I won't let it happen again. Toshiro simply gave a heavy nod, even though his resolve was no weaker than Momo's. Chapter 108, First Class. Kazuya was feeling satisfied with the result of his impromptu battle with Soifan. Creating buzz about his strength was an easy ticket into the Godiai 13, even though it'd also attract attention from Aizen and the likes. I'm still salty you didn't beat her. Let's not make an enemy out of her. Soifan had trained her martial arts and Shunko relentlessly after Yoruichi departed from her life. To get over the shadow of Yoruichi, she had passionately honed her craft. She absolutely would have gone insane after losing against a first-year student. The moment Kazuya walked into the classroom, everyone regarded him with cautiousness and a hint of respect. He, however, was more intrigued by the classroom itself, a high school classroom, but one furnished in ancient Japanese style, more spacious and packed full of seats and chairs. Among the students, a majority were nobles, but none dared to act pompous in front of him. His individual strength aside, he had the backing of a captain, and even the second squad captain showed open interest in him. Crossing him was the last mistake they wanted to make. The students even treated Momo and Toshiro with utmost respect. Momo being Momo easily made friends, whereas Toshiro acted flustered, his mind shutting down in the face of friendliness. Who let this kid in class 1? There were always exceptions. Kazuya's eyes narrowed as they settled on a delinquent-looking figure with a high crimson ponytail, Rinji Abarai, a simmering disdain for Toshiro evident in his body language. Momo moved to intervene, but Kazuya held her back. He can handle it. Resigned, Momo stepped back, taking on the observer role alongside him. Toshiro took a moment to crane his neck and glare up at Rinji. Are you stupid? Souls don't physically age the same as humans. I know, dumbass. Doesn't excuse you from being a toddler. Toddler? Toshiro scoffed. You're just half a meter taller than me. You, sensei is here. I'll deal with you later. Idiot. With an authoritative stride, their bald homeroom teacher slammed a stack of books on his table. He wore piercing glasses that complemented his sharp aura. Welcome to a new chapter in your lives, students. I'm Jingoro Onabara, the homeroom teacher of first-year students from Class 1. His introduction brought pin-drop silence to the classroom. So, does anyone here know about the most important duty of a Shinigami? Momo immediately raised her hand. Protecting humanity from hollows by cleansing them with a Zanpakuto. Cleansing hollows is important to protect humanity, yes. But there is something even more important to a Shinigami, Jingoro said as his gaze drifted to Kazuya. You've made quite an impression in the opening ceremony, Ishihara-san. Kazuya stood up and chuckled. Trying to hide true brilliance is like attempting to cover the sun with a cloud, it shines through, regardless. Jingoro laughed. Well said. The Godiai 13 will be expecting a lot from you in the future. As for our current question, can you shed some light on the most important duty of a Shinigami? Governance over the balance. Without the soul balance between worlds, everything will collapse. Cleansing hollows was just a method to achieve the said balance. After all, without the balance, all realms would distort and spill into each other, eventually becoming one. Jingoro gave a nod of approval at his answer. Right. The balance between the worlds is Shinigami's utmost priority. His eyes scanned the faces before him, pausing briefly on each, as if absorbing their potential, before he turned to the chalkboard and sketched a diagram. Zanpakuto. Here, Zan refers to sword fighting techniques. Ken refers to unarmed fighting techniques. So refers to movement techniques, and Ki refers to Kido. To become a Shinigami, you'll need to become familiar with all the techniques depicted in Zanpakuto. A student's mastery over these techniques also dictated their future in the Gotei 13. You have to hone your abilities if you're aiming to enter the Gotei 13 or any of the special departments. Work hard and you'll easily get through the entrance test. Special departments? Renji's voice cut through, his hand raised in curiosity. What are those, sensei? Some of the divisions in the Gotei 13 are reserved for Shinigami with specific masteries. Take the second squad for example, it requires great mastery over Ho-Oh and Hakuta from their Shinigami. Likewise, to enter the fourth squad, you need to have talent in Kido and Kaido, which is crucial in providing healing. Kazuya raised his hand. Is it possible to be part of two squads at once? His question left the entire classroom in an uproar. A graduate of Shino Academy wasn't guaranteed a spot in the Gotei 13. Instead of worrying about Gotei 13's acceptance, Kazuya was contemplating joining two squads. Jingoro raised his hand to calm down the students. Why, student Ishihara-kun? What good will joining two squads do? I was just asking if it's possible. It has never been done and I don't believe it's possible. Kazuya sighed. He wanted to join the 10th squad as well as the 4th squad to seduce Ranjaku and Unohana at the same time. There were only benefits in joining the 10th squad since he get even closer to Ish and Shiba. It might be possible. He just had to create a situation where both captains desired his strengths and made an agreement to let him act as a part of both squads. Convincing Ishin of his ability would be easy, but the same couldn't be said for Retsu Unohana. The woman was just as old as Captain Yamamoto. He had to show something incredible to seize her interest. Something that she wouldn't be able to find in anyone else. The question is, how? Leaning against the chair, he caressed Yoruichi's head on his lap as he recalled details about Unohana. After being humbled by the kid Kenpachi Zaraki in the past, she abandoned the life of bloodshed and became a healer. Even when Aizen was causing chaos, she didn't lift her sword. Instead, she waited until the Quincy War and Yamamoto's death to use her sword in helping Zaraki regain his powers. She still loved battles, but she refused to fight, as if she took on an oath. I have no choice but to tickle her battle-freak nature. Like I said, partner, violence is the key to everything. Soon, the first lecture ended, and their next lesson on Zenjutsu had to take place outside. The trio, Kazuya, Momo, Shiro, exited the classroom, followed by Yoruichi in her cat form. Renji ambushed Yoruichi from behind with every intention to apprehend her. His hands met air as Yoruichi hopped on the window then jumped outside. The whimsical woman left for yet another whimsical adventure. Hey, don't disturb Yoruichi-san, Momo scolded Renji. You still haven't apologized to Shiro-chan. I'm sorry, Renji said with a condescending chuckle and looked at Kazuya. Dude, your cat reminds me of my friend. Kazuya's smile widened, his eyes following a black-haired figure turning the hallway corner. I take it your friend isn't a cat. Nah, she is a girl. Small and kind of cute, Renji rambled, his hand stroking his chin as if finding a fitting description from the depths of his memories. She is bossy. Kind of like a delinquent leader. She is a pain in the ass sometimes. Kazuya's smile turned mischievous. Oh. Does your friend happen to have shoulder-length black hair? Yes, how do you know? Ouch! Rukia kicked Renji's butt, making him fall on the floor. She stomped on his back a couple of times. Stop calling me short. You guys are just freaking tall abominations. Renji got back to his feet and scratched his cheeks. Stop eavesdropping on me like a stalker. It makes me embarrassed. Who would even want to stalk a monkey-faced pig like you? Rukia harumphed and crossed her arms. As her face softened, she realized the students standing around Renji, her drifting to Kazuya. Her first thought was that he was even more handsome in person, and second, how ridiculously tall he was compared to her. Aren't you the student who fought Captain Soifon of the second squad? She didn't think she'd find Renji hanging out with the most famous student in the academy at the moment. Her friend had the most unexpected luck. He almost won against a captain, Momo answered excitedly as she grabbed Rukia's hands. I'm Momo Hinamori. You are? Faced with Momo's aggressive friendly behavior, Rukia almost took a step back. She wasn't used to dealing with people like Momo. Rukia. Rukia-chan. Do you want to be friends? Sure. Momo didn't notice Rukia's uncomfortable gaze and gave her a quick hug. Then we're friends. Which class are you from? Class 2, Rukia lowered her head and sighed. They took Renji but didn't think I was good enough for Class 1. Something must be wrong with their eyes. Oi, my spirit class is rank 3. Yours is 5 or 6. You lack talent, little girl. A twitch of Rukia's face, and Renji found himself nursing a bruised shin. Watching the two fight, everyone smiled. Even Toshiro cracked a small chuckle seeing Renji facing consequences for his loudmouth. Chapter 109, Hibernation. The students of Class 1 and Class 2 were escorted into a well-furnished dojo-like area. Polished wooden floors reflected the glimmering of ornate lanterns, and the room was adorned with an array of training equipment, wooden dummies for Kido target practice, a dueling arena, and even a track zone for exercise. One could see how much resources the Central 46 had poured into making Shino Academy as well facilitated as possible. A stern-faced instructor, a veteran with eyes that bore wisdom, stepped forward, his voice resonating through the dojo's silence. He began to elucidate the purpose of this class. Each student was to be entrusted with an Asachi, and everyone had to spend every waking moment with their Asachi, slowly imprinting the essence of their soul on the Asachi. This practice would bring the Zanpakuto and its master together, revealing the name of the Asachi, and molding their own unique Zanpakuto. After the instructor thoroughly lectured the students about the Asachi, the students formed a queue to receive their Zanpakuto. Since Toshiro was standing in front of Kazuya, his turn came first. Kazuya was curious to see if Toshiro would directly manifest his Zanpakuto spirit Hirenmaru. Name? Toshiro Hitsugaya. Noted. Hold this. Toshiro took the katana from the instructor's hands and injected his Ryoryoku into it. For a moment nothing happened, then a blue wave traveled from the base of the katana, covering the entire Asachi with a layer of frost. Crack! 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 The frost shattered like glass. Hirenmaru showed happiness for finally receiving a home within the Asachi. Toshiro stood there, stunned. Then he recalled Kazuya's words about his Zanpakuto spirit being a frost entity. He looked over his shoulder, a grateful look in his eyes. Told you. The instructor's lips curved up. Kid, you have the ice element Ryatsu. Your Zanpakuto will also be ice type. Work hard on nurturing this bond, and you'll easily be a seated officer. Kazuya rubbed his chin. The instructor had misinterpreted Hirenmaru's frost powers as Toshiro's own Ryatsu. Then again, Toshiro was the only case of a Zanpakuto spirit residing in someone's soul, not being born through bonding with Asachi. Toshiro clutched the katana close to his chest, finding it cool and comfortable. I will. Kazuya's turn was next. After giving his name and class to the instructor, he received his Asachi. He took a moment to observe the Asachi. It was the most generic katana one could find. Lame. He took a step back and injected his Ryoryoku into the Asachi. He felt like a part of his soul disappeared into the blade. Immediately, a wave of dark red flames burst out, wrapping the katana. He expected some type of development after observing Toshiro's Hirenmaru. What shocked him was Nami's reaction. "Aw, partner. What are you doing to me?" Nami sounded as if she was drunk or sexually aroused, perhaps a mixture of both. "Ah, I'm being ripped from inside. I'm dying. I am dead. What the heck is happening?" "Partner," Nami's voice lacked any energy. "I feel sleepy." "Nami?" The flames vanished as soon as Nami's voice faded. She stopped responding to him as though she fell unconscious. What was that? The instructor got up and came to examine his Asachi. Fire-type Ryatsu? Could it be the same type of Zanpakuto spirit as Captain Commander? Ignoring the heated instructor, Kazuya observed the katana, finding a minor change in its appearance. A carmine red bead was embedded on the katana's hilt. The bead resembled the beads on Nami in her phoenix form. Kazuya scratched his head. "I'm just as confused as you are, sensei." "Huh. Our Zanpakuto are still a mystery," the instructor whispered with a nod. "Take care of your Asachi. It will respond to your sincerity." Kazuya nodded and moved away from the queue. Every attempt to contact Nami failed. She stayed true to her last words about falling asleep. Two truths were clear to him: his Zanpakuto was a flame type, and its spirit would either be born from his own soul or be a fusion of his and Nami's. He silently prayed for the former. One obsessed woman in his life was more than enough. He didn't need another Yandere to complicate things further. Fuck. I might have jinxed it. In the 10th Squad's barracks, Isshin's heavy footsteps resounded as he returned to his office, weariness etched into his very being. He collapsed onto his chair with an exaggerated sigh, his body aching for comfort. "Ranjiku, get me some tea. I'll be eternally grateful to you." Ranjiku rose from her seat and planted a solid knuckle on his head. "I'm not your servant." "Ugh. Please. My head is killing me. I'm not used to waking up early." He seemed to be in genuine pain, but Ranjiku didn't budge an inch. Isshin collapsed face first on his table. "Please." Her resolve finally weakening, Ranjiku let out a sigh, her face softening. She left the office, returning a few minutes later with a tray bearing 2 steaming cups of tea. "Ah, it smells so good." Isshin sat up, his eyes wide and sparkling, his previous agony forgotten. "Give me!" Ranjiku puffed her chest out proudly as she served the tea, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. "It's inconvenient, but I must admit, I'm rather skilled at it." She had absorbed the art of brewing from observing Aizen Kotetsu and Nanao Ise, the masters of tea brewing at the Shinigami Women's Association. Such careful observation had honed her craft. She sat down on the couch placed on the side. What happened out there? Did that guy pass the entrance? Ranjiku was obviously referring to Kazuya since Isshin had gone out of his way to see the result. Curiosity was all over her face. Sipping his tea with an appreciative hum, Isshin raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden concern for his results? Ranjiku shrugged. "Nothing. I was thinking of having him start a singing club in the Shinigami Association. It'll be a waste of his voice to rot in Rakongai." As someone who often visited the other world for clothes and fashion, she found the Seriidii to be severely lacking in the entertainment department. They had a bulletin that published some entertaining stories every couple of years, and that was it. Kazuya's voice might just spark the revolution for a new industry. Ranjiku obviously was looking to take the credit for the revolution and earn a boatload of money. Isshin waved his hand dismissively. "Off with the shitty clubs. I'll train Kazuya to be the next captain." Ranjiku widened her eyes. "By hierarchy, I should be the next captain. You're lazy. You skip your duties to go out drinking, and you don't have a Bankai release for your Zanpakuto. Nothing apart from your experience makes you a captain material." Isshin's voice was unapologetically blunt, his words hitting Ranjiku like targeted arrows. With a defeated groan, she collapsed onto the couch, her mind swirling. She could mend the first 2 flaws, but the elusive Bankai release haunted her like an unsolvable riddle. Unfortunately, Bankai release was a mandatory requirement to become a captain. "Hey Nico, why can't I force you to materialize?" Bringing a Zanpakuto spirit to the physical world and subjugating them was necessary for a Zanpakuto to evolve. Rangiku always failed in the first part of the process, materialization. "I don't know," Nico replied from her inner world. "Your skills are lacking. It's because of your age." "I'm still young, idiot." Rangiku folded her arms behind her head and sighed. She had no problem communicating with her Zanpakuto spirit, and she had enough Ryatsu to qualify as a vice captain. Someone of her talent shouldn't have any trouble with the Bankai release. It was as if the universe felt jealous of what she may accomplish with another evolution of her Zanpakuto. "Meh, I don't want to deal with this." She shifted restlessly, finally looking to Isshin. "Captain, I'm suddenly in the mood to drink. Just without me." Elsewhere, within the dimly lit confines of the second squad barracks, Soifan sat meditating in a lotus position, her mind tormented by her recent defeat. The techniques, the style, and the combat flow, everything about her opponent echoed in her consciousness. Had her predecessor trained a student before or after her exile? Did she train him on a whim, or was there a deeper reason behind everything? She was dying for answers. "Stop with your delusions," her Zanpakuto spirit, Suzumabachi, snapped, her voice dripping with disdain. "Get over worshipping that lame noble girl. Find a real man." As usual, Suzumabachi was critical of her admiration of Yoruichi Shihoin. "The man you fought would be pretty suitable for your squad. Hire him then, groom him to be your partner. You are out of your mind." She ignored Suzumabachi for the next hour and ordered one of her men to keep an eye on Kazuya's activities across the academy. Nothing was unethical in her line of work. Not even stalking a first-year student who bore no malicious intent towards her. Chapter 110, Operation. Nestled within a traditional room, sat a beautiful black-haired woman. At a glance, one would find her to be the epitome of graceful beauty, none imagining her to be the most vicious criminal in the Soul Society's history. Yachiru Unohana, having embraced her new identity as Retsu Unohana, had successfully concealed the shadows of her past, her braids skillfully hiding the only mark that betrayed her history. This day found her not in her 4th Squad barracks but in a conference room, adorned with a paper banner that hung from the ceiling, proclaiming in elegant script, "Shinigami Women's Association." This room was a meeting spot for the influential women of the Godai 13, a place to conspire and craft ways to improve the lives of Shinigami in the Seriidai. Unohana's reasons for joining this association were simple and devoid of any underlying ambitions. It was merely a choice influenced by Aizen's decision to participate. Her eyes, gentle yet piercing, scanned the room, resting momentarily on faces familiar and respected across the Seriidai, Rangiku Matsumoto of the 10th Squad, Yachiru Kusajishi from the 11th, Kaion Kotetsu from the 13th, and Nanao Ise from the 8th. Her gaze lingered particularly on the petite figure with short raven black hair, the only captain present aside from herself, Soifan. Unohana hadn't fought many opponents who could be as brutal with fists as Soifan. She'd have loved an honest fight with Soifan, but her time for battle had passed. She was now but a humble healer. Soifan looks a little distracted. "What are we doing today?" Ranjiku's voice, accompanied by a lazy yawn, cut through Unohana's thoughts. "I want to sleep." Soifan's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Rangiku. "When do you not want to sleep or get drunk?" As the captain of the 2nd Squad, Soifan rarely graced these meetings with her presence. When she did, it was often to find Rangiku drunk out of her mind or dozing off. Rangiku, unfazed, squeezed her breasts with a playful expression. "It's not my fault these sweaty puppies make my back hurt all the time." Demonstrating her point, she flirtatiously raised her assets, teasing them to the brink of spilling out of her kimono. Soifan stepped away in horror. Keep them away from me." A soft giggle escaped Unohana's lips. "It's fine, Rangiku. You don't have to force yourself to attend this meeting." Rangiku shook her head. I want to be here, Retsu. It's the only place that understands my perspective. We need to improve our daily lives and bring more entertainment. Vice Chairwoman Nanao Ise yelled Yachiru as she smacked the floor. She was a young girl with pink hair and perpetual blush across her face. What's on today's agenda? Nanao adjusted her glasses as she took out a stack of reports and distributed them to every woman in the room. This was the intel she had procured from her own information channels, not the Gotei 13 information network. This matter is serious. Yachiru hummed and nodded as she read the report out loud. A student, Kazuya Ishihara, learned all the Kido available for students, defeated instructors from the Kuchiki clan in Zanjutsu and Shuinpa, bested members of Fan clan in Hakuda in 3 months. Soi Fan's body stiffened, her face losing color as the name that haunted her memories resurfaced. It's him. Unohana lifted her eyes from the report, her voice reflecting her intrigue. An exceptionally talented student. At this point, he should graduate early and join the Gotei 13. Her centuries of existence had allowed her to witness the rise and fall of many prodigies, but none had sparked her curiosity quite like the Rukongai child who had bested her. Compared to Kenpachi Zaraki, every genius was basically below average. Nanao frowned. This part was only about his achievements. Read the next part. You'll see why I brought him up here. Unohana gave her a quizzical look before continuing through the reports. In 3 months, the student Kazuya Ishihara has been rumored to be in a sexual relationship with 13 women, 9 of which were instructors and academy staff. The student claims that he is the best Kaido user in the Soul Society. He wants to be a fighter and healer at the same time. He wants to be a battle healer. Unohana's lips curled into an amused smile at the audacity of Kazuya Ishihara. A few hundred years ago, a genius named Koga Kuchiki had raised quite a ruckus that Captain Commander and Captain Kuchiki had to step in and seal him away. Battle healer. Does this kid want to be like me? Unohana had mastered the art of Kaido, healing, to prolong her battles. Did Kazuya harbor the same ambitions? She was a tad curious. Aizen gave a serious frown. Where did he learn Kaido? The academy didn't teach the basics of Kaido, leading her to wonder if he was linked to someone in the 4th squad. Nanao paused at Aizen's question. I couldn't find it. Soifan crossed her arms. I have an idea, but I want to confirm my suspicion first. From the exiled Captain Yoruchi Shihoin? Unohana's soft voice was accompanied by a knowing smile. Is that right? Soifan froze. How did you know? You only show so much interest when the talk involves Yoruchi. I also remember the news that this student fought you to a draw in the academy opening ceremony. Soifan groaned. I have no interest in Yoruchi-sama. I just want to show her I am better than her at her job. A soft, knowing giggle escaped Unohana's lips, her hand delicately covering her mouth. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. Does that mean you wouldn't mind if Kazuya Ishihara is in a relationship with Yoruchi Shihoin? The mere image of Yoruchi sharing a bed with a man sent a frosty jolt through Soifan's veins. Something inside her shattered, a wild panic gleaming in her eyes. Her voice was a low, haunted murmur before she vanished from the room with the swiftness of Shuinpa, leaving only a trace of her internal tumult. Aizen covered her face with her palm. Captain, what have you done? Unohana shrugged, her expression an artful picture of innocence. I did nothing, Aizen. Nanao, please continue the meeting. Nanao smacked the green board. Ladies, we have to be serious about this man, this menace to all women in the Seriidii. We can't let him run amok. Someone must teach him to respect women and not use them for his sexual desires. She took a chalk and wrote down, Operation Humble the Genius. Nanao in all honesty didn't want Kazuya to become a more predatory version of her Captain Shunsui, who liked teasing women but he never did anything inappropriate. But he already had physical relationships with multiple women. They had to bring him back before he went too far. Ranjiku, who had been silent until now, raised her hand. You all are overreacting. Kazuya is a family friend of my captain, Ishin. He seemed like a nice guy to me. Looks can be deceiving, Nanao said as she glanced at Unohana. Captain Unohana, do you have any suggestions? Unohana's head inclined slightly. Let him graduate and join my department. She closed her eyes, her lips twisting into a smile that was simultaneously serene and sinister, a duality that sent a shiver through the room. I'll take care of him. Taming a wild pup wasn't tough for someone of her caliber. The real intrigue lay in the question, how much fight the pup will put up before yielding to her will. Would it make her blood pump? Unohana found herself looking forward to meeting the man who may share her insatiable thirst for battle. Nanao shook her head. That's after his graduation. What if he doesn't want to graduate early? We have to stop him from exploiting women in the Shino Academy. Exploit is a far-fetched word, Nanao, Ranjiku said. He isn't forcing the students or teachers to sleep with him. They are doing it out of their own consent. Who are we to interfere in their lives? Ranjiku felt like she had to object to Nanao's far-fetched slander against her rising superstar. Nanao fell silent for a moment. I believe he is using his supernatural voice to seduce women. She hadn't heard it herself, but every report indicated how soothing and charming Kazuya's voice had been to women. It was the most mysterious aspect about the notorious playboy of the Shino Academy. Ranjiku raised her brows. He does have a good voice, but I wouldn't call it supernatural. Aizen tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Captain, do you mind if I meet the battle healer ahead of his graduation? You may, Unohana said with a smile. You may also suggest that he graduate early and apply to our division. Ranjiku placed a hand on Aizen's shoulder. I'll come along and meet him. Chapter 111, Assassin. Inside the dojo, Kazuya could be seen meditating in a lotus position, his Zanpakuto lying on his lap. His torso was bare, putting his muscular upper body on full display. Unfortunately, no one was here to witness his near-perfect stature. Jinzen, Sword Zen, a Shinigami technique that allowed one to enter a tranquil state and journey into the inner world, connecting their minds with the Zanpakuto. He had been refining this technique, clawing desperately at the barrier separating him and his Zanpakuto spirit. Zero progress happened in 3 months. Nami's hibernation was even longer than her supposed time in the egg. Out of desperation, he had scoured the libraries for a possible solution, a task that led him to seduce multiple instructors for deeper library access, yet nothing worked. Yoruichi and Kasuke's solution was forcibly materializing his Zanpakuto's spirit. As if he'd interrupt Nami again during a potential evolution. All he could do was wait and try Jinzen meditation every day. Shaking off his concerns, he let out a sigh. Another day. Another failure. Wearing his kimono, he felt a sudden chill, an instinctive warning. His eyes darted, seeking the hidden danger, but the threat was already upon him. A sudden weight on his shoulder, the lethal embrace of Soifan's toned legs around his neck, and the cold touch of her Zanpakuto's stinger against his face. An assassin came for him for the first time, and he was caught off guard. Soifan, nice way to greet an old friend. He hadn't met her since the opening ceremony. Now she suddenly wanted to kill him. There was a big misunderstanding at play here, one that intrigued him more than threatened him. Kazuya, Soifan whispered in a cold voice. Suzumabachi's special ability is Ninjiki Kasatsu. Anyone who gets hit twice in the same spot inevitably dies. Her words were deliberate to strike fear into his heart, yet he remained calm. 3 months of gradual growth had increased his Ryatsu to a point where he could unseal a Hogyoku on his own. Not to mention his regeneration ability served as a perfect counter to Soifan's Zanpakuto ability. Even without his regeneration, he could negate her ability with his Zanpakuto. Scary ability for such a cute woman, he said with a chuckle. Shouldn't you tell me the reason for this? You will answer my question. If you try to be smart, it's not hard for me to stab your neck twice. Well, what do you want to know? Did you? Soifan's voice trailed off, and she took a cold, steely breath as if bracing herself for an unwelcome truth. What do you know about Yoruchi-sama? Yoruchi-sama? Could you be talking about the exiled princess of Shihoin clan? The legendary flash goddess who united the 2nd Division and Amatsukido Corps? Like a hornet's sting, her blade dug into his neck, a swift and precise movement that drew a bead of blood. A butterfly-shaped mark bloomed at the wound, only to vanish as she pulled out the stinger. His wound healed instantly, his immense spiritual power and regeneration ability neutralizing her venomous Zanpakuto. Soifan's eyes, clouded by emotions, missed the disappearance of her beautiful crest. Do not try to lie. You have been using her Hakuta style in combat. We did meet a couple of times after her exile. Her body trembled momentarily at the revelation, which didn't escape his senses. What is your relationship? Good friends is how I describe us. Sensing the truth in his words, Soifan's tense form relaxed. Captain Unohana had been bluffing. The Yoruchi she knew would never succumb to the charms of a man. For now, he continued, his voice tinged with mischief. Can't say what'll happen in the future. I have already confessed my love to her. You. Hold your hand, Captain Soifan. Ranjiku arrived before him in a Shuipa flash, followed by another woman with messy silver hair. She was a head taller than Ranjiku, yet she didn't possess half the confidence of Ranjiku in her demeanor. The vice-captain of the 4th Squad was a lovable tomboy no matter how he looked at her. Ranjiku's katana pointed at Soifan, her voice authoritative yet tempered. It's beneath your captain status to show killing intent for a student. Why yeah, Captain Soifan, Aizen stammered, her smile awkward but sincere. Let's talk things through. We'll find a solution. Kazuya gripped Soifan's thighs and tried to free himself, but her grip was like a vice. He didn't want to exert too much force and break her bones. Soifan, please don't bully me. Aizen found herself stunned, captivated by his pleading voice. Nanao wasn't lying, she was underselling how utterly persuasive his voice was. You aren't innocent, Aizen said with a frown. You're a woman predator. He cleared his throat. Lady Soifan, please let me go. I have to clear this misunderstanding. He was a bit depressed after Nami's disappearance and ended up sleeping around more than necessary. However, he only seduced the teachers, the senior students came to him on their own out of curiosity. He, of course, welcomed the desserts that kept knocking at his doorstep. Not that anyone involved with him took the relationship seriously, it was just a transaction to find a solution to his Zanpakuto problem. No serious relationships. Suddenly, Soifan tightened her legs around his neck and growled at Ranjiku and Aizen. Stay out of my business, vice-captains. She clung to him, desperation and determination in her eyes, still hoping to make him reveal Yoruchi's location. Ranjiku's jaw dropped at Soifan's overbearing tone. You don't get to order us around. Stop this before we file an official report against you. Soifan gritted her teeth, her Ryatsu revolting around her. You leave now. Ranjiku scoffed. Aizen, get your Zanpakuto out. We might have to use force against her. Aizen shook her head. We're colleagues. Let's just sit down and talk. He clicked his tongue. Soifan, listen to Vice Captain Aizen. Let's talk like adults. Instead of acquiescence, she grabbed his chin, her bladed gauntlet grazing his neck with a dangerous promise. I will. His grip, steely and relentless, tightened on her ankles as he pried her hold with unsettling ease, her joints creaking ominously in protest. Seizing her but with an audacity that defied his earlier delicate tone, he flung her meters away like a sack. Get off me, idiot. Soifan, ever graceful, stabilized her posture and landed like a fierce cat, her eyes blazing. Then she froze, stunned, the absence of the butterfly crest on his neck unraveled her composure, leaving her in sheer astonishment. Even Yoruchi had not been immune to her Zanpakuto's effect. Caught in her shock, she couldn't register his Shuimpa movement as he appeared before her, his hand clutching her throat, lifting her with cruel ease. I was being nice, but you mistook my kindness for weakness, he spat, his voice as cold as ice, his fingers tightening menacingly. Soifan, let's test if a captain can suffocate to death. Soifan clutched his hand, but there was no chance she could overpower him in this position. Mustering her core strength, she raised her legs and coiled them around his neck, trying to strangle him in reverse. He didn't even flinch at her desperate attempt to choke him. Laughable. Aizen felt her spine shiver at the sight. A first-year student was overpowering Soifan, who was known for her exceptional combat skills among the captains. She rushed at him, grabbing his arm. Stop. Don't hurt her. Rangiku also joined Aizen from the other side. Just let go already. What is wrong with you two? She was starting to believe that Unohana's previous reputation wasn't unwarranted. She was a devil in setting up unanticipated conflicts. With an air of indifference, Kazuya tossed Soifan on the floor. Soifan grasped her aching throat and coughed violently. Despite her vulnerable position, her eyes were filled with a dangerous fire. Her emotions reached unbelievable heights once Yoruichi was involved in any capacity. The fact that she could meet Yoruichi again filled her with unrelenting willpower. She was determined to fight him, despite her odds. Turning to Rangiku, he shrugged. She tried to kill me first. You witnessed that with your own eyes. Rangiku had nothing to say against him. She was there when Captain Unohana provoked Soifan into chasing Kazuya, and she was present when Soifan pressed her Zanpakuto against his neck. Let's just forget this happened. Aizen, healed Captain Soifan. Soifan slapped Aizen's helping hand away. Just tell me where Yoruichi-sama is, Soifan roared, her hoarse voice cracking, and tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Where is she? As if summoned by her emotions, a black cat landed gracefully beside Kazuya, purring affectionately against his leg. Meow. He chuckled and cradled Yoruichi in his arms, stroking her chin. Yoruichi is in the Seriidii. Do whatever you must with that information. Soifan stared at him with wide eyes. Then, with a flash, she vanished from the scene, hurrying over to the second squad's barracks. Kazuya's face softened at Soifan's desperation, a gentle smile replacing the earlier menacing look. Ladies, do you mind joining me for lunch? From pleading for his life to threatening a captain to extending a casual lunch invitation, his mood swings were like a tempest, unpredictable and more dangerous than 99% of women. Chapter 112 through 113, Conditional Encouragement. Spending time with well-versed teachers taught Kazuya a lot of things, one of which was about kan, the currency used by residents of the Soul Society. Shinigami salaries were paid in kan, which resembled Japanese yen coins. The Seriidii had a fully realized economy. The shops in the Seriidii likewise accepted kan as payment. Aizen's eyes widened in astonishment as Kazuya confidently led them to a lavish restaurant, where the prices would make even a vice-captain gulp. Yet he nonchalantly walked inside and took a seat. From overpowering a captain to casually dining at an expensive restaurant, none of his actions so far had resembled a student. Sitting comfortably, he waved at them. Come on, vice-captains. The two vice-captains entered the restaurant. Settling down on a chair in front of him, Rangiku gave Aizen a comforting pat on the shoulder, winking at her with a reassuring smile. Order anything you want. The treat's on Kazuya. Aizen's brows knitted in concern. How can I let a student pay? I'll cover the bills. The vice-captain was not one to splurge, living a modest life with the occasional expenditure on outings with her sister or contributions to the Shinigami Women's Association. Her salary was on the lower side for a vice-captain, but more than enough for her to save a fortune. Rangiku raised a brow at Aizen's generosity. What if we didn't have enough for the bill? What would he do then? Use your Uncle Ishin's name like a good little boy? He chuckled softly at the playful jab regarding his bond with Ishin. A hint of edge was present in Rangiku's tone. Perhaps rumors of his debauchery had reached her ears. It might become a how I took your mother out on her first date memory. Of course we need a decent place to show off to those little demons, he replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. And don't worry about the bill. I can afford it. Some of the seniors he slept with hailed from noble families, and they had given him quite a lot of money for giving them a good time, though most of them tried to flaunt their wealth to make him their boyfriend, only to fail. Coming from noble families, money was the last thing those noble princesses lacked. Aizen's gaze went to Rangiku, who was beautiful, confident, and caring, the ideal woman of most men. It almost sounds like a proposal. Rangiku laughed it off. Let the kid dream. By the way, did you borrow money from Captain Ishin? No. I worked my ass off. Kazuya shifted his gaze to Aizen, a decisive look appearing on his face. Vice Captain Aizen, I have something important to discuss with you. 3 months of arrogant declaration about Battle Healer had led to this moment, a meeting with Unohana's closest person. He had to make the most of this opportunity and convince Aizen to be a friend, which would give him an easier time in climbing the ranks of the 4th squad. From his canon knowledge, he remembered that Aizen had a bit of a complex regarding her height. She even stopped sleeping at a point in her life to stop growing taller. There were also her weird nightmares, though they were pretty useless in their current conversation. It's just me and my voice. Aizen's eyes widened, a pulse of surprise coursing through her as she was addressed by her first name. It was a privilege often reserved for close friends, but never had a man used it with such nonchalance. Her thoughts raced, what is wrong with him? Gathering herself, she inhaled deeply and lightly patted her warm cheeks. So do I. What a coincidence. You first. You can. Rangiku stared at the two, who simultaneously gave each other the go-ahead call. What in the world was that? Aizen's chuckle was tinged with nervous energy. Ishihara-kun, you can ask me anything. Anything reasonable, Rangiku corrected Aizen, narrowing her eyes at him. Don't ask her out on a date, though. She'll reject you. He let out a sigh. How did you read my mind? You were going to ask her out? Kazuya chuckled, warmth in his eyes as he looked at Aizen. Maybe. Aizen is friendly, beautiful, and strong. What's there not to like about her? Aizen felt her cheeks grow hot. Rangiku, Ishihara-san. Stay on topic. Getting this type of attention from a man made her nervous, and it showed on her face. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry if I creeped you out. Rangiku gave him a teasing grin. You smooth talker. I can see how you charmed 13 different women in such a short time. There was a reason, he said with a sigh. I had no choice. And what was that reason? He picked up the restaurant menu. Any dish you want to try? With a swift motion, Rangiku took the menu, her smile gentle and inviting. We're all friends here. You can tell us. Right, Aizen? Aizen nodded. Yeah. We won't reveal your secrets. Like Rangiku, she was curious about the thing that compelled him to such extremes. She wanted to learn more about him so she could put Nanao off his back. He sighed. Let's order some food first. I'd like some dried persimmons, Rangiku whispered with a distant look. Every mention of the dish's name brought her mind back to some sweet moments spent with her childhood friend. Aizen, don't tell me you're ordering porridge here? Aizen averted her gaze. What's wrong with that? I like porridge. Rangiku just shook her head. Aizen was the only person who could porridge 3 times a day then eat it again at the restaurant. So, Rangiku said, urging him with a coy look. What is it? Aizen leaned her chin on her palm and gazed out of the window, trying to appear uninterested, but every fiber of her being was tuned to Kazuya's answer. Library access, he said slowly and raised his katana, which suddenly burst into dark red flames. He doused the flames with a thought and looked at the two with a sincere look. I can't connect to it no matter what I do. It's like she isn't even there. I was hoping something in the forbidden sections will help me. Rangiku leaned forward, interest sparkling in her eyes. How do you know your Zanpakuto spirit is female if you can't connect with your Zanpakuto? I heard her when I took my Asachi, he said, tapping the blade of his Zanpakuto. She said something about going to sleep. Haven't heard from her since. That's unheard of, Aizen whispered. Did you? He simply shook his head, sliding his katana smoothly back into its sheath, a subtle hint of frustration in his movement. Forget about that. Might just be a snobbish spirit. Rangiku giggled. I know the feeling. Mine refuses to manifest in this world. The little feline knows that I'll whoop her ass and get a Bankai release. You hag, Haniko growled in her head. You're way too old to compete with me. A knowing smile touched his lips, remembering how Rangiku's Zanpakuto spirit had once manifested under Muramesa's influence like many others. To everyone's surprise, Rangiku's Zanpakuto spirit was a literal catgirl. Muramesa was pretty strong for a Zanpakuto spirit without a Shinigami. Is he canon in this world? His thoughts shifted as he looked at Aizen, his eyes earnest. Aizen, I'd like to be part of the 4th squad when I graduate. We know. Captain Inohana, we would love to have you on board. Aizen's voice was warm but trailed off, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Is this really what you want? Why? What's wrong with joining the 4th squad? I saw your fight with Soifon. You can be part of any other squad. The 4th squad was one of the most important divisions of the Godai 13, but they were pretty much mocked by most Shinigami for being the weakest. I'm not going to be exclusive to the 4th squad. He directed a confident grin to Rangiku. I'll be part of the 10th squad as well. Like 3 days here, 3 days there, and 1 day off. Nice, yeah? He hadn't given up hope of joining 2 squads. In fact, he was more confident that he'd succeed after his debacle with Soifon. Then just stick. Nope. I said I'd be the battle healer. I'm not abandoning my goal, he interrupted her with a confident voice. Besides, being a healer isn't all bad. It's a nice job for lazy people like me. Rangiku reclined, crossing her arms, her eyes sharp. I'll let you join the 10th squad on one condition. I mean, your approval wouldn't mean anything. Uncle Ishin wouldn't say no to my request. Ranjiku's eyes shook. Every one of his words were right. Ishin had made up his mind to train Kazuya to be his successor as the next captain. Her disapproval meant nothing. Offending the vice captain before you're part of the group. I'll make your life hell. Hey, that's so petty. Didn't you say we were friends? I'll be your superior. Rangiku raised her chin, mimicking the arrogant nobles to the best of her ability. At work, I'm the pettiest woman in the world. You can confirm it with your Uncle Ishin. What's your condition? Ranjiku's expression was sultry, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I want you to use your voice to entertain people. He blinked, taken aback. Like singers? He never thought Rangiku of all people would ask him to become a singer in the Seriidii. Something was wrong with this timeline. Yes. Rangiku nodded. You've got a lot of potential from what I can see. What's more, your popularity will skyrocket. You'll be the name upon every soul in the Soul Society. He wanted to roll his eyes at her outrageous suggestion. No thanks. Why? Don't you want to be famous? Don't you want every girl in the Soul Society to idolize you? It'll be so fun. No. He had greater ambitions and no desire to be a mere idol. Ranjiku's eyes widened, a flicker of shock and disbelief dancing within them at the unanticipated rejection. Her best temptations had crumbled against the impenetrable wall of his resolve. Come on, Kazuya. Give it a try. I told you I'm not interested. Just kill some singer from the living world and bring him here. His ice-cold tone left no room for questions or protestations. Rangiku had no choice but to abandon her playful pursuit of erecting an empire, despite her unwillingness. Looks, voice, confidence. He is the perfect candidate. Aizen looked at her friend whose disappointment was immeasurable. Ishihara-kun, give it a try please. She pleaded on Ranjiku's behalf, but he simply shook his head. Even if he was attracted to both women, getting swept into the entertainment industry was far from his goal. It's fine, Aizen. I can understand his point of view. He wants to be a Shinigami, not a singer for the masses. Aizen placed a consoling hand on Ranjiku's shoulder. Ishihara-kun, you have to convince Captain Unohana about your two-squad plan. It'll be hard. Captain Unohana was open to Kazuya joining their squad, but she wouldn't be keen on sharing him with the 10th squad. Hiring a part-time Shinigami in their division would make them look even weaker. Kazuya leaned forward and took her hands in his own, his warmth taking her by surprise. Aizen, can I rely on you? His voice was a caress, tempting and tender, nearly coaxing a nod from her. But she resisted the urge, summoning every bit of willpower she had honed as a Shinigami. As a healer, she was used to physical contact with the opposite gender. Yet, the intimacy of the moment, the warmth of his touch, his handsome face, all combined to challenge her professionalism. A blush colored her cheeks as she met his gaze, a myriad of emotions in her eyes. Help Ranjiku if you want me to cooperate. Aizen clenched her teeth and threw out her own condition to help him. Please, just try it once. You might enjoy this more than you think. In her childhood, she never would have imagined living the life of a healer, yet here she was. Saving people's lives and spending time with her mother figure was such a blessing for her. She wouldn't give up her current life for anything in the world. Fine, he pulled back his hands, his eyes softening into a warm smile. He was weak to sincere women, and Aizen was the embodiment of sincerity right now. And our dishes are here. There was no condition for him to commit to the job as a singer. He could dip out after one try, while Aizen had to convince Unohana. She was on the losing side no matter how he looked at it. Ranjiku immediately poured herself some wine and raised her glass with a bright smile. To a new opportunity. Aizen also raised her glass filled with water, clicking it against Ranjiku's glass. To a new opportunity. Ranjiku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned to Kazuya. He reached for the wine, filled a glass, and raised it, drawing a joyous cheers from the two women. To a new opportunity. Chapter 114, A Misunderstanding. Kazuya returned to his dorm room and was met with an unexpected sight at his door. Momo Hinamori stood there, her eyes brightening with a radiant smile as she caught sight of him. Yet, the subtle shine at the corner of her eyes revealed a different story. She was crying. Momo, who bullied you? His voice was tinged with fury that made Momo shiver. Tell me that bastard's name and I'll fucking burn them down. Though she was surrounded by a circle of friends, he couldn't completely dismiss the thought of some haughty noble targeting her. He would stir up the entire academy if anyone bullied her or Toshiro. Momo was taken aback by his fiercely overprotective response. I wasn't crying. Why did you skip classes again? Her reprimands had become a familiar scene, a well-intentioned but exasperating ritual every time he missed classes. It was almost endearing, like a concerned friend persistently trying to mend his delinquent behavior. She had yet to realize that he was beyond saving at this point, that he hardly cared about the academy. He gripped her shoulders, eyes locking with hers, sincerity shining in his gaze. If I ever found out that you lied to me, I will. He paused, thinking about the mildly shameful punishment for her. I will spank you. Momo's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, like ripe tomatoes, and she hastily brushed his hands from her shoulders. No one is bullying me. His eyes, trained to discern even the subtlest deception, found no signs of falsehood in her body language. He nodded, satisfied. Swinging open the door with a graceful gesture, he invited her inside and unceremoniously plopped onto the bed, assuming a relaxed lying position. Her eyes darted around the room, finding the third of their group missing. Shiro must have gone to do his daily Jinzen training. In the span of 3 short months, Toshiro had reached a monumental milestone. He had come so close to unlocking the Shurikai form of his Zanpakuto. He just needed that one moment of threat to crave more strength from his Zanpakuto and unlock his Shurikai. Shiro is pretty hardworking. Yeah. Momo nodded and perched herself on the bed opposite to Kazuya. Kazuya-kun, do you really want to graduate this month? Her voice oozed with sadness as she contemplated his departure from the academy. She neither had Kazuya's talent nor did she possess anything special like Toshiro's Zanpakuto. It would take her 3 years minimum to graduate. Momo, don't make that face. You and Shiro know my deal. The academy has nothing to teach me now. Had any other student uttered such audacious words, Momo might have burst into laughter. But coming from Kazuya, the proclamation was true in every sense. He was more than qualified to be a Shinigami before he enrolled into the academy. She drew her knees to her chest and hugged them, her eyes pinning him down. Why do you have blood on your neck? He touched the spot unconsciously, the memory of Soifan's blade briefly flashing in his mind. Yoruchi bit me there earlier. Liar, she whispered, the word barely escaping her lips. Yoruchi-san told me everything. It looked like Yoruchi had revealed his fight with Soifan during his outing with Ranjaku and Aizen. Why would she do that? He had no idea. It just added another question to the stack he had reserved for Yoruchi today, most of which were regarding her stance on Soifan's fanatical obsession. With a sudden intensity that contrasted her earlier distant demeanor, Momo approached his bed and straddled his waist. Her hands clutched his collar, her eyes on the verge of tearing up. I was so scared when I heard that. Provoking the captain of Assassination Squad, what were you even thinking? Her trembling voice was every bit of proof for her concern. In his first spar with Soifan, Momo had marveled at the dance of martial arts, a beautiful display of their fighting skills. Back then, she was naive. It was only after the lectures, with the cold clarity of knowledge, that she understood the deadly reality of Soifan and the second squad of the Gotei 13. These were no ordinary warriors, they were a ruthless hand of justice, dishing out torture, interrogation, and assassination within the Soul Society. Kazuya's silence only deepened her distress. She nestled her head against his chest, her tears seeping into his uniform like dark stains of worry. You can't be so reckless. What if she had killed you? He sighed and calmly patted her back. Yoruchi fooled you, idiot. I sent Soifan away crying. She was no match for me. She raised her head in surprise. What? Yoruchi-san claimed you wouldn't have survived if he hadn't healed you in time. He raised his hands. You're free to undress me and search for any wounds. Momo's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she reached for the straps of his hakama, tugging them open with a purposeful hand. It's only for examination. She flicked open his hakama and his undershirt, checking for any sign of wounds. When she didn't find any, her eyes moved to his lower body. No. He flicked her forehead, a teasing reprimand that brought her back to her senses. Her innocent crush had matured into something more perverted, shaped by her exposure to diverse personalities in the academy. Though she often seemed reserved, her underlying curiosity and boldness would occasionally surface. When will she give up? He had caught her watching him with different seniors multiple times, yet her adoration for him remained unwavering. Then again, this was the same woman who had idolized Aizen to the brink of obsession. She clung to belief over evidence, her convictions unshaken even by a sword through her chest. She was the perfect devotee for any cult. That mischievous cat, Momo muttered, rubbing her reddened forehead. Why would he lie to me? Never take Yoruchi's words at face value. That cat likes to cause chaos and revel in it. I knew Yoruchi-san had a hidden evil side, Momo whispered. You never told me how you two became friends or why Yoruchi-san is cursed to be in a cat form. She misinterpreted Yoruchi's cat form as a curse like those powerful characters getting cursed in fairy tales. Yoruchi's wisdom only solidified the idea in Momo's mind. He noticed a spark of hope in her eyes. Rather than knowing about his friendship with Yoruchi, she wanted to learn more about him. I'll tell you after you get off me. A glance downward, and the reality of their intimate position dawned on her. She darted to the other bed with a panicked Shuimpa. It was nice, she murmured, hastily clearing her throat. Kazuya-kun, let's talk about Yoruchi-san later. I have an urgent request for you. Don't ask to see me naked. Even I have my limits. Her cheeks reddened, as if the mere suggestion had set her imagination alight. Her fantasies seemed to resonate within her, causing a subtle disruption in her Ryatsu. "Can you please stay until the starting week of next month?" she asked, her voice soft and pleading. 2 more weeks? She nodded, her eyes wide and earnest. "Sensei informed us that our class will have our first training mission in the living world. We'll practice soul burial and engage in combat with artificial replica hollows." Kazuya's eyes narrowed, his thoughts taking a sharp turn. Is this the same event that Aizen plans to use to test his Minos breed? The puzzle pieces were beginning to align, but his lack of concrete canon knowledge left him feeling like he was walking in the dark. The absence of Nami gnawed at him more than ever. He placed a hand on his katana, sending thoughts to his violent freak Zanpakuto spirit. There was no answer as he expected. Where exactly is the mission taking place? Momo tilted her head, her expression one of concentrated innocence. It's somewhere in Japan called Karakura Town. That name struck him like a chord, resonating with his suspicions. Of all the places they could have chosen, they had somehow selected the very place where some of the most powerful hollows lived. Was this an intricate play to draw attention to Kasuke and the Vizard? Or perhaps a devious trap to lure out the members of El Inverso? "Sure. I'll accompany you on the mission." Momo's face lit up. Gone were the traces of her previous gloom, all that remained was pure happiness. "Thanks, Kazuya-kun." Humming cheerfully, she skipped out of the room, a spring in her step. What is she planning? Chapter 115, Restart. Kazuya was lying on the bed after Momo left, waiting for Yoruichi's return. 2 more weeks. Should I return to Haribel or give her a surprise at the mission? He ruled out the second option since he might be under surveillance as a Shinigami. Fighting Soifon, stirring troubles within the academy, and showing potential to be a powerhouse, all these deeds had painted a bullseye on him. Countless eyes would be scrutinizing his every action during the mission. Guess I'll take a week off and spend some time with them. While the taboo thrill of romantic affairs with teachers had its allure, none could replicate the soothing haven that Haribel's presence offered. He could do a reconnaissance mission to Hueco Mundo to see if Nelliel had undergone any transformation during his absence. Thinking about his future, he unknowingly drifted into a slumber. He didn't resist the urge as a nap was necessary to reset his mind after everything. He woke up to the rhythmic motion of a moving mount beneath him. Deja vu washed over him. He found himself engulfed in the perpetual dusk of Hueco Mundo, accompanied by an eerily familiar riding experience. A knot of dread tightened in his chest. Shifting slightly, he caught sight of Apache in her deer-like form, a form he hadn't seen in what felt like ages. "Hey, you! You're finally awake," she greeted, much like their prior encounter. But a glaring anomaly stared him in the face. Gone were his horns, wings, and even his once flowing locks were shorn, echoing a past life's hairstyle. He was stripped of all hollow attributes, as if time had wound back and morphed him into a regular soul. His Ryoryoka levels had plummeted, sinking him to the mundane level of an average living soul. In a reflexive act, he pinched his cheeks and twisted his own ear until it flushed crimson. The resultant sting squashed any notion that this could be a figment of a twisted nightmare. Even his callouts to the mysterious system yielded utter silence. I got a hard reset as a powerless man. Powerlessness. The term clung to him like an ill-fitting garment. He was weaker than the lowest class of hollows. And the worst part? He had no regrets about his life or longing for a redo. His life was perfect as it was. Now, every bond he had built was snatched away from him. Lovers and friends he couldn't live without. Could he regain those relationships without the crutch of his system and his Vasto Lord prowess? Doubt clouded his usually resolute spirit, marking the first instance of vulnerability. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Is this the scheme of the god who reincarnated me? What a sick bastard. Grimacing, he felt a surge of rage welling up within him, directed at the unseen architect of his shattered existence. The things he would do to the orchestrator would be unsuitable for even the most depraved minds. "You're one rude fellow," Apache said. "What else did I expect from a male? Apache's grumbles brought him out of ever-consuming hatred. He extended his hand to caress the fur bordering her sensitive ears. Her eyes shut momentarily as a soft purr resonated from her throat. The action was undeniably Apache. She'd always had a soft spot for his tender touch. Apache. She snapped out of her contented state, her hooves skidding to a halt. How do you know my name? Hopping gracefully from her back, he stood before her, locking eyes. Believe it or not, it's not our first meeting. You and I go way back. She blinked her eyes in confusion. How? I never saw you before today. I'm pretty sure of it. Well, I don't know why you forgot about me, he said with a shake of his head. Tell me, Apache. Why did you save me? The old Apache showed compassion for his hollow holes. She had no reason to rescue an average soul. It'd be far easier to just consume him and be done with him. Only he could discern the inconsistency because of spending too much time with her. Why save you? You look fragile, defenseless. I'm regretting her words were abruptly severed by a bone-chilling roar. Her body quivered, and her eyes darted backward. Fuck, it's back. We're dead. So dead. He immediately climbed atop her and patted her back. Is it the Ajuchas who look like a combination of snake and caterpillar? You know that too? Never mind. Questions can wait after we survive him. With a powerful lunge, she shot forward, the wind from her sprint nearly knocking him away from her. He bent down and hugged her before she incorporated Sonito into her movement and destroyed his body from sheer wind pressure. It's right behind us. Even without his finely tuned senses, the emanating menace of the pursuing Ajuchas made his heart race and his skin slick with nervous sweating. The irony was cruel. Once he could have shattered a Vasto Lord with his Ryatsu alone. Now, standing close to an Ajucha's Ryatsu would destroy him. There is only one fate awaiting you, little dear. Cease your resistance and become a part of a greater Ajuchas like me. Apache, it's closing in on us. He loathed the feeling of depending on someone else for survival. Yet, it was his only choice if he wanted to discover the truth. I'm doing the best I bloody can. Apache's voice tore through the air as her hooves pounded with renewed fervor. Damn that fiend. That absolute fucker. Furiously, Apache cursed the menacing hollow trailing them, its razor-sharp claws aching to snare them. For the Ajuchas, devouring Apache was essential for maintaining its existence as an Ajuchas. For Apache, escape was a desperate bid for survival. It was a deadly race with only one possible victor. Fate, however, seemed to have rolled the dice against Apache. Small and less endowed with energy compared to her hulking pursuer, her stamina was quickly draining. Despite Kazuya's earnest words of encouragement, her hooves eventually faltered, and she collapsed on the ashen soil of Hueco Mundo. He caressed Apache, his eyes darting around for the shark-themed Vasto Lord. She was nowhere in the vicinity as far as he could see. It's not a reset. It's a different timeline or a fabricated reality. Apache sluggishly opened her eyes and nudged him with her horn. This is it for me. He won't chase you after eating me. Run away. Her words echoed the sacrificial motto that characterized the Tres Bestia. Yet, Kazuya found her response most peculiar. Before meeting him and falling head over heels for him, she was the kind to go down fighting rather than laying down and giving up. She had even been prepared to challenge him, a Vasto Lord, when she thought he'd eat her. Would that type of woman sacrifice herself for a man she knew for an hour? Absolutely not. The Ajuchas was closing in at an alarming rate, and time for deliberation had run out. Faced with the grim decision of abandoning Apache or confronting their mutual doom, he threw away the thought of self-preservation for the first time. If my assumptions are wrong, I'm dead for real. Planting himself firmly in front of Apache, he greeted the Ajuchas with a disarming smile, every ounce of his being radiating defiance. You aren't eating my wife today. I swear on my life, I'll protect her. Chapter 116, Shinku no Tsubasa. The hulking Ajuchas unleashed a scornful laugh that echoed around them. Locking eyes with Kazuya, who had bravely positioned himself in front of Apache. The creature jeered, "What utter garbage you are to face me. Die!" The Ajuch's arm swung through the air with such force that Kazuya could hear the very wind shrieking in its wake. Yet, he stood his ground, steadfast and unyielding. "It's not real," he repeated within his head, almost as though his mantra could ward off the impending doom. Yet, when the arm should have struck him, a breathtaking explosion of vivid flames burst forth instead. Whirling around, he realized Apache had vanished, swallowed by the inferno. A surge of energy coursed through him, his dormant powers were reawakening, filling his fists with the tingling sensation of oppression. "I knew it," he said, tilting his head upwards to address the heavens. "Nami, I swear to God if you don't cut this crap right now." He fully expected Nami to be behind this twisted prank. Nobody would be surprised if this was her way of saying welcome back. "Nami should not be blamed for my actions," echoed a dreamlike voice. From the swirling vortex of orange and vermilion flames emerged a towering figure. She was swathed in a lavish, and possibly long gown that looked as though it had been woven from molten lava, its ivory accent stark against the deep red. 5 burning pairs of blade-like wings sprouted from her lower back, and an ostentatious wing mask obscured her face, leaving only her smirking lips visible. His gaze fastened onto the 2 energy sword-like blades that hovered beside her, each encasing a crimson crystal that mirrored the gem at the hilt of his own Zanpakuto. He would have mistaken her for Nami if not for those blades. "You must be my new Zanpakuto spirit." "Correct. I'm Shinka no Tsubasa. You may call me Tsubasa." Her high and mighty tone made him clench his fists. "Tsubasa, why did you do that?" "What you experienced was merely a trial orchestrated by me," she said slowly as she gazed at him with a gentle smile. "To test your determination to protect your loved ones. I cannot let an unworthy master wield my powers." He blinked his eyes in surprise. How was that a fucking test? His typically relaxed demeanor had shattered, replaced by a seething rage catalyzed by her manipulative trial. Slightly shaking her head, Tsubasa replied, "To see your true conviction, I had to observe you at your lowest. People only care about themselves in their most desperate times. I'm glad you forego the thought of self-preservation to protect your beloved. You'll be a splendid master." With eyes clenched shut, he inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw calmness from the very air. But tranquility eluded him. His intrusive thoughts broke through the barriers of his rationality like a tempest. In his mind, there was no reasoning that could excuse her for plunging him into an abyss of helplessness. He would drown her in her own blood until she regretted her sadistic machinations. Morphing into his soul form, he summoned his Zanpakuto. A dark, purple aura enveloped him, the tangible manifestation of his insatiable urge to kill. He surged towards her. As he lunged, one of the ornate daggers beside Tsubasa dematerialized. In its place, a blazing, hollowed-out shield erupted into existence. His katana collided with her incandescent barrier repeatedly, sending sparks cascading like falling stars. Yet, her shield remained unscathed, a stubborn defense against his relentless strikes. This shield was a projection of his own Shurkai. It was an ironic realization that Tsubasa, a Zanpakuto born from his overprotective nature, used the very same protection against him. A disconcerting giggle escaped Tsubasa's lips. "This unyielding shield will soon be yours to command, master." Couldn't care less. In a flicker, he utilized Shuinpa to materialize behind her, his blade descending toward her unprotected back. Yet, with a pyroclastic burst, the shield rematerialized to thwart his deadly assault. "Let me cut you down just once. You'll likely regenerate from those phoenix flames of yours." "Master, has Nami rubbed her violent tendencies on you?" Tsubasa mused. "I was right in suspecting her as a bad influence on you." The mention of Nami brought his attacks to a halt, his rage subdued by the worries for his other Zanpakuto spirit. "Where is she?" With a flourish of her hand, Tsubasa manipulated her flames, weaving them into a fiery wall. It depicted Nami, in bird form, trying to bite the net of a bird cage. "She's currently detained without any access to her flames." His eyes widened in disbelief. Stop being a cliched villain. Release Nami and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider forgiving you. I cannot comply. Without her distractions, you can focus on what truly matters, protecting those you love. My Shurikai ability, Fumetsu no Psyche, Indestructible Sanctuary, can shield you from anyone. You do not need her in your life. Tsubasa's perspective on Nami was simple. The Black Phoenix was a distraction as observed in her constant reminders about his lover's mortality. She was very much against Nami's stance. Who the hell do you think you are for dictating my life? I am a shadow born from your soul, your Zanpakuto spirit. Your resolve shapes my very essence, she said, a smile pulling at her lips as she raised a finger. However, I'll consider releasing Nami if you can make me submit and reveal the chant needed to unlock your Shurikai. Exhaling a weary sigh, he muttered, make you submit? I have to beat you? To attain Shurikai, a Shinigami must gain the approval of their Zanpakuto spirit and learn of its name as well as the release incantation, a well-known fact among the Shinigami. She nodded, her gaze unyielding. Correct. Can you overcome the impenetrable wall that is my shield? Before she could complete her sentence, he metamorphosed into his hollow form and grabbed a hold of her shield. Fiery eruptions burst from the shield, a desperate, blazing attempt to dislodge him. But he clung tenaciously, his palms pulsing with the power of oppression. The torrent of flames almost withered under his oppression. Just as he was about to break apart the structure of her shield, her fingers wrapped around its edge, and she swung it brutally into his chest. I can't allow you to do that. Afraid much? So much for being impenetrable. She shook her head, her eyes ablaze with conviction. A shield is only as robust as the mind that wields it. A shield master would be egregiously foolish to stand idly by, allowing their enemy to dismantle the first line of defense, especially when that defense stands between their enemies and those they've vowed to protect. Geez, you never shut up about this golden rule of protection, do you? Tsubasa let loose a smile, but he could feel the anxious strains of her smile. My would-be master, we both follow that creed. I'm simply more vocal about our vision. Yeah, sure. Chapter 117, At Mercy. Though Kazuya wished to humble the haughty Zanpakuto spirit, he knew better than to squander his energies in futile attacks against her shield. He paused, eyes narrowing to study the almost celestial flames surrounding Tsubasa and her guardian shield. These luminous, incandescent fires stood in stark contrast to Nami's sinister carmine flames. It was as if Tsubasa was crafted to be Nami's polar opposite, the radiant light to Nami's darkness, her antithesis. She might have inherited the life property of Phoenix's flames. One conclusion was irrefutable from their first clash: her flames did not wound him, not even superficially. And why would they? They all originated from his soul. Gently resting her palm against her ornate mask, Tsubasa tilted her head with a maniacal stiffness. While I have no objection to standing here as you marvel at my flawless grace, the clock is unforgiving, master. Each moment you waste in this inner world will take a toll upon your consciousness. Say, am I allowed to beat you by any means necessary? The last thing he wanted was for her to invalidate his hard-earned victory through an underhanded tactic. She might do that just to piss him off further. Your sole objective is to liberate Nami from my grasp. The means are inconsequential as long as your goal is achieved. She paused, her lips curling into a sly smirk. Any attempt to use your oppression ability from a distance would be in vain, as we possess the same level of Ryatsu in this realm. It's almost a pity, really. You have the determination, the unyielding will for protection. What you lack is the capacity to bypass my invincible defense. Her taunts, whether premeditated provocations or genuine overconfidence, only stoked the fires of his resolve to put her into her place. Confronted with his seething silence, Tsubasa lavishly licked her lips. Conceding. Defying her calculated predictions, Kazuya morphed into his soul form, conjuring his Zanpakuto into existence with a wave of his hand. The katana materialized effortlessly, a stark realization washing over him. Tsubasa had methodically manipulated his inner world, transforming it into her personal battleground. It now made sense why she had spent 3 whole months summoning him into this trial. She was not just growing, but plotting for this precise moment. Even so, he had no desire to lose against a 3-month-old soul, much less the manifestation of his own desires. "You do know that blade has no special power," she said, pointing at the katana in his hand. "It's a blade that can never cut through my shield. A blade is as strong as the one wielding it." Abruptly, he vanished, reappearing before her in a dazzling streak of Harenkyaku. Her shield sprang forth to fill the air between them. He lunged, his katana seeking the minuscule gaps in her seemingly invincible shield, only to be repelled by an unseen force. The physical shield, it seemed, was but an illusion. The real protection was a barrier that protected its owner. Not one to be easily deterred, he kept the onslaught relentless, darting and slashing in fluid strokes, searching for a weak spot in her defense. "It's of no use, master. You must find a new strategy. Isn't that one of your specialties?" She was at full leisure to talk despite being attacked from all sides. Even he would be hard-pressed to react to such attacks without feeling overwhelmed, which confirmed his theory regarding the automated defense ability of her shield. The shield acted on its own to protect its master from any danger, or she had far superior reflexes than him. A spark ignited in his eyes. "I need a pincer attack." He transformed into his hollow form and drew a cut across both of his palms, the blood serving as a catalyst to the superior version of Zero, Grand Ray Zero. Flexing his fingers into talon-like formations, he conjured 2 azure orbs, each crackling and swirling with raw energy. The orbs expanded enormously until it dwarfed a standard Zero by magnitudes. It was the strongest Grand Ray Zero to ever exist. Tsubasa curiously observed his actions. It was evident that she still didn't take him seriously. Her underestimation worked in his favor. He unleashed a Grand Ray Zero from his right hand. Concurrently, his heel struck the earth, propelling him beyond the sound barrier to materialize behind her. Since her shield was guarding her from the first Grand Ray Zero, her back was completely exposed. Unfurling his left hand, he launched the second Grand Ray Zero. Suddenly, flames burst forth from the second blade hovering near Tsubasa, materializing into yet another shield. The 2 barriers expanded, amalgamating into a translucent red sphere around her, her ultimate defense, Fumetsu no Psyche, indestructible sanctuary. In this form nothing could reach her. "Valiant, but fruitless," she said, a smirk curling her lips. "I cannot be harmed. What's happening?" Her realization came a second too late. He was already gripping both shields, his hands glowing with the familiar glow of his unique ability. Her shell-like barrier presented an opportunity before him, and he had seized it. His lips contorted into a sneer as his Ryatsu crept like tendrils through her once unbreakable shields, manipulating its essence from within. He lightly flicked each shield, disintegrating them into a cloud of bronze dust that dispersed, eventually becoming one with the ashen expanse of Hueco Mundo. Her uniquely crafted blades tumbled gracelessly to the ground. His oppression didn't distinguish between the real world or his inner world, it destroyed her shields with ease. "You tricked me." Cutting off her stunned retort, he lunged forward, seizing her head in a vice-like grip before smashing her into the ground with shattering force. Kneeling atop her chest to secure her, he squeezed her throat and ripped away her mask. Her oceanic eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her ethereal beauty capable of evoking a sense of sympathy in any man. But he wasn't fooled by her crocodile tears. He raised his hand and swung in a ruthless arc until it made a shuddering impact with her pale cheek. The merciless slap instantly painted a side of her face in a vivid scarlet. A shiver ran through her body, her eyes closing involuntarily, lips bitten as though to trap unspoken words. "This humiliation is nothing, master. I shall never regret my decision to put you through a trial. If I'm to lend my strength to someone, I want them to be worthy of it." Quietly, he delivered a reverse slap on her right cheek, then another on her left cheek. "Master." Slap. "Listen to me. Mast." Slap! 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 His hands moved with grace as he delivered sickening slaps across her red face. Her muffled cries and whimpers served as a pleasing music to his vengeance. He satiated every bit of rage in his chest by beating his helpless Zanpakuto spirit, and he loved every moment of it. He only stopped when her face had swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. Her entire face was smeared with tears, no haughtiness to be found within her eyes. The slaps had humbled her demeanor, at least for now. With a satisfied smile, he got back up and pulled her to her feet. "Bring Nami to me." Her trembling lips managed to stutter, "Why yes, master, after I heal." As she reached out, her blades bolted into her grip. Instead of morphing into shields, they transmuted into twin red muskets, their barrels ornamented with intricate bronze phoenix motifs. Aiming the muzzles toward her chin, she squeezed the triggers, and a roaring inferno enveloped her. When the flames dissipated, her face was back to being flawless. She was completely healed. "Your cruelty is commendable," she whispered as she gazed at him in awe. "A brute such as you would give his all in protecting your loved ones. Did you not hear me? I said, bring me to Nami." "As you wish." With a synchronized clap, she ignited the desolation of her imaginary Hueco Mundo. He found himself in a dilapidated throne room. Atop the fragmented majesty of a once regal throne rested the birdcage that held his self-proclaimed soulmate hostage. Chapter 118, End of Line. "Partner! You've come for me." Nami's fervent shout pierced through his emotional armor for a brief moment. He choked down the rising sentiment and directed his icy gaze toward Tsubasa. "Hand me your blades and open the cage." A shadow of bewilderment flickered across Tsubasa's face before she complied with an obedient nod. With an almost ceremonial gesture, she made the blades drift to his side. Nami's cage clicked open, releasing her from her confinement. Like a phoenix rising, Nami burst forth until she hit the ceiling, her wings erupting into streaks of dark red fire. She rocketed toward Tsubasa with a divine fury, slamming her into the wall with an impact that echoed through the chamber. Stripped of her shields, Tsubasa was nothing but vulnerable to Nami's assault. As Nami landed on the ground, she underwent a surreal transformation, morphing into a humanoid figure built from the essence of her own dark, sanguine flames. Her lanky limbs and featureless face floated above a conflagration sea of fire that served as her lower body. Though her face lacked defining emotion, he could feel the raging inferno within her. Nami did not take her imprisonment lightly. She yanked Tsubasa from the ground and slammed her into the wall. "I'll make you pay for keeping me away from partner." Not pausing for Tsubasa to even muster a response, Nami unleashed a flurry of merciless blows upon her face. Tsubasa reached out to him with a trembling hand, or rather the blades in his hands that acted as her shields. As though hearing her plea, the blades in his grip twitched, yearning to rush to their master's defense. But he held them fast. "Nope," he said with an indifferent look. "Nami, go wild." Tsubasa's Shurkai ability provided excellent defense, even if it was a bit one-dimensional in nature. However, he very much loved Nami and supported her. Trapped in the same place for 3 months, he couldn't even comprehend the resentment and rage bubbling inside her heart. She needed to unleash those negative emotions. He also couldn't deny that he enjoyed Tsubasa's one-sided epic beatdown at Nami's hands. It was satisfying to watch Tsubasa being pummeled like a punching bag. Nami threw Tsubasa to the ground and jumped at her, throwing punches at her bloodied face. Seemingly bored of beating Tsubasa, Nami pulled Tsubasa up by her blonde hair. "You ambushed me when I was at my weakest and caged me like I was a beast. You lied and manipulated my partner into believing that I was not a suitable soulmate for him. You pathetic woman will pay for your sins." Her hands clenched into flaming talons around Tsubasa's head. "With your life." "You can't." Tsubasa's whisper was a dying ember as she shot a feeble glance toward him. "I am your Zanpakuto spirit. Without me, you're defenseless." "Shut your fucking mouth," Nami roared, her flames unleashing with even more ferocity. "This is the end of line for you, ho." She burst into a fog of flames and engulfed Tsubasa's figure. Tsubasa desperately channeled her own flames to ward off Nami, but Nami's carmine flames easily overpowered her. She stood no chance in a frontal fight against the senior Zanpakuto spirit, despite Nami lacking in terms of Ryatsu. Across the room, the blades exerted even more force than they went limp, quenched of life. Tsubasa was completely swallowed by carmine flames and her presence faded away. The flames then coalesced and twisted into a breathtaking form he'd never anticipated from Nami, a mature woman with blonde wavy hair and an azure eye, punctuated by a heart-shaped pink glint. A dark eye patch draped across half her visage, culminating in a winged ornament that adorned her head like a crown. Though bearing some resemblance to Tsubasa, she was a mesmerizing mix of elven ears, demonic horns, and fiery, leathery bat wings sprouting from her lower back. Her fashion sense was also worlds apart from Tsubasa. She wore a scandalously revealing white dress, offset by an imperial crimson cape. She was a bewitching succubus. Hand on her waist, she struck a sultry pose. Behold the demon empress, who shall conquer this world with her beloved partner. A Chuyuni succubus role-playing as a demon empress. Eye patch, check. Edgy dialogues, check. Cool fashion sense, check. Congrats, you're finally a full-blown Chuyuni. Oofufu, you're right. This is my first form. I can shapeshift into anyone with a snap of my finger. Want to see the versatility of a fire-based life form? Rather than playing along with shenanigans, he shifted the topic. Is Tsubasa dead? She nodded her head with a radiant smile. Completely erased from this world, devoured by me. Why are you worried, though? Do you miss her presence? What's there to miss about her? He retorted on an impulse before taking a pensive breath. The blades in his hand had become inert and lifeless, revealing Tsubasa's end, alongside her broken Shurkai ability. Fuck, all my hard work went to shit. Nami's repetitive praise for his Shurkai and Bankai had set his expectations high. He had spent almost 6 hours every day for the past 3 months. Yet, his reward was a treacherous, arrogant Zanpakuto spirit who almost broke him with her trial. Calling him disappointed was a massive understatement. He let out a sigh. Not gonna lie. Today was wild. The dormant blades suddenly sprang to life, breaking free from his grasp to whirl around Nami, the same way they drifted around Tsubasa. Nami, you. Yes, partner. I've assimilated that whore's essence, her potential, and her existence as a Zanpakuto spirit, she declared, her bat-like wings flaring as she closed the distance with Shuinpa and tackled him onto the ground. Looming over him, she revealed a grin that perfectly encapsulated every bit of her deranged infatuation. I'm your soul Zanpakuto spirit now. Nobody will come between us. Ever. Rather than being creeped out by absurd craziness, he simply smiled and pulled her into his arms, her massive breasts squishing against him. Are you trying to give Harabelle a run for her money? Exactly. I can't lose against partner's most beloved wife, she murmured as she audibly sniffed his scent. Partner, I missed you so much. It was so boring here without you. My imprisonment wasn't even the worst part about this whole ordeal. What else could be worse than that? Tsubasa was born from both of our essence, she reflected our souls. Think about it for a moment. She was manipulative like you and she was obsessed with an aspect like me. She was our daughter, and I murdered her with my own hands. His mouth hung open, speechless. Her poetic reframing of Tsubasa's existence unsettled him deeply. Their actions seemed extremely immature once he took a moment to contemplate. They could have solved the situation more peacefully, but their raw emotions overrode their reason. The result was Tsubasa's demise. Forget her, he replied, nonchalantly brushing off her concerns. Forget that she ever existed. Fine with me. Partner, do you remember your promise? Which promise? She leaned in and her fangs pierced the flesh of his neck. It was an intimate, lethal kiss that drew out blood, as if she were a vampire. The promise about eating me out when I became a Vasto Lord. You didn't act to. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of Ryatsu filled the air like a torrential downpour, coming from the very woman wrapped in his embrace. Devouring Tsubasa triggered her evolution, bringing her Ryatsu on par with Haribel's base Arankar form. I am a Vasto Lord or its equivalent. Gently withdrawing from him, she caressed his face, the heart-shaped twinkle in her eye glowing brighter than ever, as if implying her burning passion. Don't you think it's time for us to do the deed? Seeing her beautiful face up close and feeling her warmth, his heart began to beat loudly, as if anticipating a passionate time with her. Just as he prepared to surrender to the moment, reality, or whatever passed for it in this realm, shuddered violently as if engulfed in a high-scale earthquake. The inner world is destabilizing. You spent too much time here, partner, Nami said with a sigh and pressed a reluctant kiss against his cheek. We'll have to wait. Talk to me when I'm outside. You bet I will. Chapter 119-20, The Aftermath. When Shunsui Kairaku first received the summons to the Shino Academy, he was skeptical. What could the academy possibly conjure that required the presence of a captain? But the moment he tilted the brim of his straw hat to survey the scene, his skepticism was blown into dust. Arrayed before him, members of the elite Kido Corps had woven their Ryatsu into a force field that enveloped what was once a student dormitory, now a ruinous husk of its former self. Peering through narrowed eyes, Shunsui discerned the cause of the mayhem, a silver-haired student tightly gripping his Zanpakuto, encased within the shimmering force field. The boy was unleashing a storm of raw, uncontrollable Ryatsu that couldn't be contained by the Kido barrier. What was his name again? Nanao adjusted her glasses, a calculated move that concealed her own disbelief. Kazuya Ishihara. First-year student. He has been releasing extremely strong Ryatsu for almost 2 hours with no signs of slowing down. Nanao had been on site since the calamity unfolded, having been invited by the headmaster for a guest lecture, a perfect reason for observing the resident playboy. Fortunately, casualty count stopped at a couple injured since the student body had been largely absent, attending the lecturers. She didn't even consider the massive property damage as it was a normal occurrence in her line of work. This boy could be another Zaraki in the making, Shunsui said with a chuckle. I believe he is having a hard time in his inner world. Perhaps his Zanpakuto spirit didn't agree to reveal their name without a battle. That being said, Nanao-chan, you handled the situation nicely. I'm proud of you. Nanao almost rolled her eyes. She had sent him a message through the Hell Butterfly as soon as she could, but he only showed up now. The officers of Kido Corps, on the other hand, showed up at a moment's notice. They were hardly in a position to deny a vice captain's order. What do I do next, Captain Kairaku? Will he ever stop? Shunsui patted her shoulder. He will eventually run out. Have the relief team secure him when that happens. They are better equipped to examine his condition. In the meantime, I'll persuade the headmaster to hold off on disciplinary measures against him. Nanao didn't argue against him. Going by Kazuya's posture, it seemed like he had no idea about his Zanpakuto spirit's intentions. It wouldn't be right to pin the blame on him. Understood, Captain Kairaku. While waiting for Kazuya's Ryuryoku to drain, Nanao glanced behind her. She caught sight of a silver-haired boy peeking over the wall. He wasn't that tall, and she could imagine him standing on his friend's shoulders for the extra height. Their antics unwittingly coaxed a smile from her. These kids are so stubborn. She had read about them in her intel, Momo Hinamori and Toshiro Hitsugaya, 2 talented rookies with great potential. The two had stubbornly tried to disrupt the Kido Corps' officers in their work until she pulled them aside and patiently explained about Kazuya's condition. Even now they harbored doubts and kept an eye on her from a distance. When is it going to end? Kazuya's eyes fluttered open, each blink like a drumbeat reverberating through his skull. It was the most severe headache of his life, worsened by the gnawing emptiness in his gut that sapped his remaining shards of mental fortitude. Kazuya-kun. Momo's voice broke through his disorientation the instant he stirred on the bed. Her hand enveloped his own, tears glistening in her black eyes. You're back with us. Take it down a notch, Momo. Toshiro scolded Momo for being overexcited, yet he couldn't suppress his own rising emotions. He swiveled his head towards the door, as if the gesture would hide his vulnerable expression. "I'm going to update Vice Captain Kotetsu." "Fetch me something to eat while you're at it," Kazuya said, getting a nod from Toshiro as he ran out of the room. "It's the 4th squad?" "Why yes," Momo stuttered, using her sleeves as makeshift tissues. "Hick. We're at the healer squad. Let's fucking go and seduce Unohana right now. She'll fucking gut me. I'm so tired." "You did spend an excruciating amount of time in your inner world." Pushing himself into a sitting position, he shifted his attention back to Momo. "Mind giving me a recap of everything?" Rather than humoring his request, Momo turned her head away with a pout. "You scared me twice in a day. Why are you like this, Kazuya-kun?" At least she was assured about his safety the first time around. This time, she had gnawing doubts that he'd burn himself out alongside his Ryatsu. He cleared his throat. "Well, my Zanpakuto spirit was acting like a pain in the ass. Had to chastise her for her actions." "Chastise?" Momo stopped pouting and burst into a fit of laughter. "Who even uses that word anymore? Did you just call me old? Let me remind you that I'm 21 years old. And you're 100. "You're lying." Momo stared at him with a blank gaze. "How is it possible for you to be so strong?" He shrugged. "Proper diet and training with Yoruichi. Tell me, partner. When did you get so close with this chick?" "Stuff happened." Such an elaborate explanation. "I'm moved to tears, partner. It cured my depression. I was sick, dapper. Don't use that shit on me, bitch." Heh. After a few more minutes, Toshiro returned, alongside another woman dressed in a pink nurse outfit, the standard dress issued to the 4th Squad's members stationed at the relief center. The high-level Shinigami of the 4th's squad weren't mandated to wear the nurse outfit. Truly a disappointing decision. The meals served to him were a bigger letdown in comparison. Nevertheless, Kazuya tore into the meal like a ravenous beast, unhesitatingly asking for, and annihilating, seconds. As he wolfed down the food, Momo recounted the events, his own Ryatsu-induced demolition and collateral damage. The presence of Nanao at the scene might have something to do with the absence of shackles on his hands. "Call Ishin if anything happens." "I will. And for hell's sake, tell me everything that happened in the past 3 months. I want to know about everything. A lot, actually. Let's talk later." With a swift motion, Kazuya picked up the katana perched at his bedside, turning it over in his hands. The blade had adopted a more aggressive curve, as if evolving to mirror his adaptability. The katana had another gem added to its hilt, bringing the number to 2. The gems held significance. "Is the last one saved for Bankai?" "Yup. Tsubasa deceived you on many fronts, even the Shurikai's abilities. The muskets are loaded with restoration bullets, which can heal anyone from the brink of death. Tsubasa's flames are all about healing while mine can do destruction and limited creation. Basically, I'm unkillable with my Shurikai. As long as you don't run out of juice, yes." "Can I access your flames?" "Technically, I can lend them to you through our Zanpakuto bond. It will destroy your Zanpakuto. Use them with your Shurikai." "Got it. One more question, can you still be my Resurrection?" Nami's existence as both his Zanpakuto and his Resurrection still baffled him. In theory, he could access both Resurrection and Shurikai at the same time, which seemed overpowered just from the Ryatsu boost of both skills. However, things might not be as simple. "I think I'm tied to you still, as your Resurrection. I'm also your Shinigami's Zanpakuto. The Demon Empress will do it all for her partner. We'll test it in the living world." Before he could muse further, the door swung open, and Vice Captain Aizen strode in, her face illuminated by a polite smile. Both Toshiro and Momo looked up, their expressions freezing into blank stares that bore into Aizen, enough to make her squirm. Toshiro showed no happiness at the arrival of another busty woman, while Momo's eyes fired icy daggers at the woman who came to visit Kazuya. "Ah, Vice Captain Aizen. A pleasure to see you here," Kazuya greeted, before playfully slapping Toshiro and Momo on their backs and gesturing toward the door. "I'll catch up with you later. Call me if you need anything, Kazuya-san," Momo responded, her smile towards him as tender as she could be. Then she turned her gaze towards Aizen, her smile growing increasingly hollow. "Pleasure meeting you, Vice Captain Sama." Aizen felt a chill crawl up her spine, sensing resemblance between Momo and her own captain's unnerving smile. Yes, likewise." Kazuya found the scene hilarious. The tall Aizen cowering before a relatively short Momo. Only when they exited did Aizen shake off her meek facade. She lowered herself onto the bed beside him, her eyes fastened on the Zanpakuto cradled in his lap. "It seems different. Did something happen?" She could feel spiritual energy around the katana, which was absent in their last meeting. Even the physical shape was different from her memories. "I'm surprised you noticed the difference," he said, holding up his katana. "She told me her name. I can finally use her Shurkai form." Aizen's face lit up with a genuine, warm smile, wiping away the hesitancy that had clouded her features earlier. "I'm glad you succeeded. Congratulations for earning the qualifications to be a vice captain." "Don't congratulate me. I'm gonna replace you or Ranjiku." Aizen lightly shrugged. "I'm not relinquishing my position in this life." She admired her captain too much to change her division. "Ah, well, Ranjiku is the one who'll get the boot. Then she'll be jobless and burn through her savings drinking out of depression. I'll find her sipping sake in some alley, save her like a knight in shining armor, help her back on her feet, and win her heart. Flawless plan if I must say so myself." "Keep those vile plans to yourself. Geez, I haven't even joined the Godai 13. Besides, I won't settle for the vice captain position. I'm aiming for the captain's seat or the general commander's seat." His audacious confidence gave her pause, locking her words in her throat. He had every quality to be a future captain apart from his lack of bankai, which would be solved in time. The same could be said for her, but she was content living in Retsu Unohana's shadows rather than vying for her position. Aizen crossed her arms. "You can lead now. I'd caution you to not use your Ryatsu and put pressure on your Ryatsu Vince." "Got it. Also, don't worry about the Academy property damage. Captain Unohana said she'll take care of this." "Wow. Your captain seems like a nice person." "The gentlest soul you'll ever meet," Aizen mumbled, her voice tinged with a reverent undertone as memories of her captain rescuing her from cutthroat criminals flickered through her mind. The haunting yet beautiful memories had changed her life for the better. "I'm sorry for drifting off." "Don't worry. It was cute." She cleared her throat, her cheeks blushing in spite of herself. His flirtatious ambiguity always kept her guessing whether he was flirting with her or mocking her. But instead of wading further into that confusing territory, she chose to steer the conversation. "About our previous talk, I also relayed your suggestion to Captain Unohana." "Oh, what did she say?" "She said she's willing to consider it once she has met you face to face." Intrigue washed over him. So, he didn't even have to go seek out Unohana, she had opened the door for him. The question now was, if she would show her crazy nature in their first meeting. How about attacking her out of nowhere? Make her submit like you did to Tsubasa. "I despise Tsubasa, but I adore Unohana. There is a big difference." Plus, he didn't like his odds of beating Unohana in a straight fight without his hollow form. His Shurkai specialized more in support than in offense unless he invoked Nami's destructive flames. "Call me Izanami, for I wield the flames that govern life and death." Shush. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.